Уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые коллеги, друзья.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning. We are starting the work of the International Conference Russia, the Islamic World, Practical Steps in Media Cooperation. Thanks to all the participants of the conference for accepting our invitation and for your readiness to work with us dynamically. It's organized by the International Multimedia Press Center and the International agency Russia's Sputnik, with the support of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia and the Islamic World. Dear colleagues, we have a unique representation today of the speakers and the participants. Well-known leaders, heads of the international information agencies are participating, as well as journalists, representatives of the Russian federal authorities, experts, scientists in this field. And I will take up a little bit of your time and want to tell you about the guests participating in this conference. Online format will have as a delegate, please look at the screen, the Secretary General Mohammed Aliyami, the head of the Department of Information Department of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, Mr. Sindhi, the Secretary General of the Iberian News Agency, Mohammed Al-Raisi, Deputy General Secretary of the Islamic Group, Nasser Akhtal, Director and the Chief Editor of the Turkish Broadcasting Company, Bayraktar, the Director of the Pakistan News Agency, Makhtar Namir, the Director General of the from Algiers, Samir Gamid, the Director and the Chief Editor from Iraq, Madar Al-Bakaya, the Anadolu Turcia Agency, Erman Yüksel, the Editor-in-Chief of the Amman Information Agency, Abdal Al-Qatari, the Chief Editor of the Saudi Information Agency, the Secretary General of the Islamic Communities, Mohammed Ashavi. So accompanying the Director of the agency of Information Agency, Sur Al-Nayat, and he is going to be a moderator of our conference, and the Director of the Emirate Agency, Mr. Ali Asa. And here, among the participants, we see many journalists who are accredited with the press center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Very respected children, very expected delegates participate in the Russian delegation. Mr. Karasin, the Ambassador Extraordinary of the Russian Federation, the Chairman of the Committee of the Council of the Federation on International Affairs. I see another ambassador here of the Russian Federation, Ramazan Abdullatipov, the permanent representative of the Russian Federation with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Good morning, Mr. Abdullatipov. Igor Nechayev, the head of the press center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Director of the Department of Information and Mass Media, the Director General of the Novosti Agency, a well-known person to us all. There are very many merits and credits. The first Deputy Director of the TASS Agency, Mr. Guzman. We know him very well. We know his reports coming from Syria, with the heads of various states, leaders of various states. He has taken about 400 interviews with the leaders of the states, so he has much to share with us, and we are glad to see you among the participants. Vasily Pushkov, the director of the International Cooperation Media Group, Russia Today, Sputnik, and he is also among the co-organizers. I would also like to introduce Timur Shafir, Secretary of the Union of Journalists of Russia, head of the International Department of the Union, and the head of the TV channel, Russia Today Arabic, Maya. And during our discussion, we'll get better acquainted with each other, see the colleagues, and we'll introduce other colleagues. As to our session, I would like to start our session with the message of greetings from the leader of the Group of Strategic Vision, Russia, the Islamic World, the President of the Republic of Tatarstan, Mr. Minnikhanov. Addressing our conference, he noted, I am glad to greet the participants of this international conference on practical steps in media cooperation. The relations between Russia and the states of the Islamic world are characterized by a level of trust and cooperation. It's nice to note that this level is maintained and is acquiring a new momentum. There are regular events which are held by the Group of Strategic Vision. I would like to express my gratitude to the representatives of the Russian mass media, including the events which were held in May and were connected with the 1000th anniversary of the adoption of Islam. And this jubilee date was celebrated at the national level. The platform of cooperation with the Muslim world, with the states in the media sector, is one of the key actors in the Russian foreign policy. Well, it's very important for us to work together in media space, especially in the field of fighting fake news. The need to protect our moral values and also strengthen inter-civilizational dialogue. I am convinced that these meetings will help to create good cooperation, good exchange of ideas, and support helpful initiatives. I wish participants of the conference successful work. This is the message of the head of our group and President of Tatarstan. Dear colleagues, I would like to take up another minute of your time. What I'm going to read out to you is the brief version of our Ministry of the position of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our government on the current developments. On December the 14th, an international conference was held of the Eurasian Organization as Eurasian choice as the basis for strengthening sovereignty. Mr. Lavrov spoke at the conference. I will be very brief in summarizing this event. The main reason of the increasing tension is the wish of the collective West in all ways to preserve its historical dominance, which is subjective and which is waning away. After 500 years of being the dominant force in the world, they find it difficult to forgo this privilege. But life moves on, and the objective process of forming the multipolar world is going to succeed. We must prepare for it. This process is acquiring pragmatic forms, slowing down the development of new centers of economic and political influence is impossible. These centers are emerging on our continent, in Eurasia, in Latin America, on other continents. The countries which started to develop dynamically after a long period, which is described as the delayed development, are making steps to protect their position in the world. They do it on the platform of developing their dignity and self-respect. This is what the West tries to neglect, and to insist that after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, they described as the end of history, when only their model of statehood was declared as the only correct way for the whole humanity to develop. We do not neglect the achievements of the past, but we don't want to follow the dominance of other paths of development. Therefore, allow me please to pass to the moderators the duty of chairing the conference. Thank you. It is true that we are very glad to see today all our respected, our esteemed guests who really came from a long way off. And for us, this is a very important event because it's not only the weather, which is quite fresh, but the situation in which we find ourselves is quite dynamic for us. And it's quite interesting from many points of view. So we are very grateful to UNA, the Union of Multimedia Agencies, for supporting, for helping us, for being co-sponsors and co-hosts of this event. And we are grateful to our colleagues from Russia Today Sputnik because side by side, all of us are very active in preparing this conference, and we are very glad to see you here today. It's a great honor for us, but it's also a sign that we are all prepared for cooperation. We are prepared for constructive cooperation and productive cooperation in this field. And I would like to introduce my neighbor. This is the person who was very instrumental not only in organizing this event, but also cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world. This is Yunus Inayata, Director of External Relations and Strategic Development of the Union of News Agencies of the Organization of Economic Cooperation Member States, and he is co-moderator. And now I would like to give the floor for the opening speech. And I would like to note that our time limit in this part is 5 minutes. Grigory Karasin is the chairman of the International Relations Committee of the Council of the Federation. I will start by quoting you and agree that our fresh weather is, yes, we observe it side by side with dynamic atmosphere. Dear participants, first of all, I would like to greet you on behalf of our committee, the Committee on International Relations of the Council of the Federation. It goes without saying that Russia is a multinational, multi-confessional state. Therefore, the Russian public opinion traditionally supports strengthening relations with the Islamic countries. This is important for the peoples of Russia who profess Islam. Today, this year is the year when 1,000 years ago the Bulgar people accepted Islam, and the 13th summit, Kazan summit 22, was also organized this year. The events were hosted representatives of 60 states of the world, including member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the Russian community respects the contribution of Islam in developing our countries. The purpose of the conference today is to discuss ways of practical steps in improving cooperation in the field of mass media with the Islamic states, and also providing equal, fair access to reliable sources of information. We know that the so-called collective West is taking unprecedented measures to suppress freedom of speech. The information which they do not want is removed from social network, is described as fake news. Access to reliable information is hindered. The accounts are closed if they express points of view which are not accepted by the Western community. And today's event will help us to share with the international community our positive experience in this field in providing international information security and providing the objective work of modern mass media. In the Islamic countries, you also feel the dependence of mass media platforms because of the work of Facebook, Twitter, and the Arabic Spring happened as a result of the activity which resulted in turmoil and various social changes. And leaders of the Islamic states also noted this. The president of Turkey, Mr. Erdogan, announced that the social networks, which were first described as a symbol of freedom, now they have turned into one source of danger for modern democracy. What can be our response to the attempts of the collective West to impose their information monopoly on us? I believe that we should improve direct contacts between me and the mass media of most Islamic states. It's in the interest of the Islamic states not to depend so much on the Western mass media. We understand it's not very easy, but we are prepared to offer an alternative point of view, a fair and honest point of view and information on international developments. We have similar approaches to the world order, and we together promote our approaches, including in mass media. Elaborating one strategy in fighting fake news produced by mass media will become one of the main directions of our main spheres of our discussion today. Our civilizations, as representatives of traditional values, do not agree with the attempts to build a unipolar world which is based on pseudo-liberal values. Therefore, it is important to build cooperation between the Union of Multimedia Agencies of the Islamic countries and the International Agency of Russia Today, and Radio Sputnik with the support of the Strategic Vision Group, Russia and the Islamic World, and also our representative office with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Our conference will help in implementing joint programs and projects and help direct contacts between leaders of our mass media organizations. This cooperation will help proliferating reliable information among the Muslim people of the world.
I wish everyone who's present here today to have a very interesting and fruitful discussion today. Thank you so much. Mr. Karasin, thank you very much for this statement and your remarks. Mr. Karasin, I would also like to thank everyone who is present here today and everyone who is representing various mass media. We would like to also express our gratitude to the Group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World, and in particular Mr. Vasily for carrying out this event today, as well as Madam Anna, who is the counselor for the Group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World, as well as the Russian University for International Relations. And we would like to give the floor now to Mr. Vajda Sindhi, who is the chairperson for information development of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. May peace be upon you, and I would like to express my gratitude to Russia and the Russian people, as well as the organizers of this event. This is indeed a very important event that we are having here today, and also thank you so much for the hospitality that we have been granted. The Group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World has indeed played a very important role, as well as the Sputnik agency and UNA, in organizing and holding this event in Moscow. In particular, I would like to thank Mr. Minnikhanov, who is the head of the Tatarstan Republic and chairperson for the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, for his contribution to organizing this conference in the first place. Also, I would like to extend my sincere greetings to Mr. Abdullah Tipov for his consistent effort in terms of organizing this event. as well as for his contribution to similar events in the long term. And also, I would like to extend my greetings to Mr. Hussein Ibrahim, who recently visited the Russian Federation and was able to see through his own eyes the situation on the ground in the Russian Federation. Russia is an observer member country in the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, and undoubtedly Russia is an inherent part of the Islamic world. The Russian Federation has a very active role to play, and it has been playing that active role indeed in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Today's conference is fully in line with the goals and objectives of our organizations, and we obviously seek a situation where various developments and events are appropriately covered by our news agencies in a way that would also be as objective as possible. We are putting every effort in order to enlighten and inform the Russian and Islamic public opinion on the problems, issues, challenges, and programs that are actually underway in the Russian Federation, and we try to make sure that our cooperation with the Russian Federation in mass media would turn into strategic cooperation. We would like to ensure cooperation with the Sputnik news agency and other agencies, other mass media in the Russian Federation as well. Today's conference is a clear manifestation of the fact that we seek stronger ties with our companions, our comrades, and our friends in the Russian Federation. We are also looking at exchange of opinion as well as developing study and training programs for journalists to encourage journalists and heads of mass media organizations to participate in similar events like the one that we are having today in order to raise awareness of Russia's foreign policies and Russia's policy in various spheres in the world. On their visits to Russia, such teams of journalists are able to write truthful publications on what the situation is like in Russia, and they may present a very clear picture of the cooperation between various denominations and religions in Russia. So we try to facilitate cooperation in such constructive programs for journalists in order to work out a strategy and promote a strategy to counter Islamophobia in the world. On a concluding note, I hope that this conference will become a turning point in terms of developing relations between Russia and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, as well as developing the relations between Islamic news agencies and leading Russian news agencies. I wish you the best of success, and may peace be upon you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wajdi Sindi. And indeed, it is a great honor for us to see that we have the head of the information development in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation with us today. And I'm very happy to see that you noted that you are prepared to cooperate with Russia on a strategic plane in terms of mass media and information. And I am very happy to see that you believe that Muslims are indeed an inherent part of Russian culture and Russian history, which is indeed true. And one of the most dignified and honorable Muslim Russians is now a representative of the Russian Federation in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. I'm talking now about the Russian Permanent Office in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And that particular office did play a major role in organizing our previous events as well as today's event. And it is that office in particular that facilitated our contacts with the information department of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And now I would like to give the floor to Ramazan Abdullatipov, who is the permanent representative of Russia in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Good morning, dear friends. Thank you so much, Madam Belikova. We all do our work and we carry out our functions, and we are at a time now when we have to work in a principled, honest and objective manner. And I would like to greet all the participants of today's meeting, as well as the moderator, who are very well-known people in Russia and beyond. I would like to also greet my friends, Ambassadors Mohammedshin and Karasov. Also, I would like to greet Mr. Guzman here and the news agency of OIS, of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So we did contribute a lot. We did put in a lot of effort in order to organize today's event. I would also like to thank Ambassadors Minihanov and Mohammedshin. But also, once again, I would like to extend my greetings to Anna Alexeyevna Belikova. She is a very beautiful woman, but also a perfect moderator who has always contributed a lot to every meeting that we organize. Also, I would like to greet all the representatives of Islamic news agencies. We are now finding ourselves in a very difficult period of time with exacerbating tensions between the West and the East, and the Islamic world is also involved here, which is absolutely clear, because for several centuries Islamic countries have been suffering from one-sided and aggressive policy of the Western countries towards the Islamic countries. Today we see a lot of hatred and aggression against Russia as well, coming from the so-called collective West. And one reason why this is happening is that Russia is acting as a leader together with the Russian leader, of Russian president at the helm, in terms of advocating a new pattern of world politics and a new order of international relations. And in these efforts, we do feel the support from our Muslim brothers. You're probably well aware that Russia has extensive experience of fruitful cooperation with the Islamic world. However, after the statement by President Vladimir Putin at the Islamic Summit in Malaysia in 2003, a new stage was ushered in, and this is a stage that signifies stronger Islamic vector of Russia's foreign policy. And obviously, a major role in this is played by the Russian Foreign Ministry, as well as the Strategic Vision Group, Russian Parliament, International Affairs Committees, and others. A lot of effort is being put in and invested into this kind of cooperation. And together with the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, we are heralding a new stage of cooperation following a very successful visit of the Secretary General and 3 of his deputies to the Russian Federation, which was followed by a meeting between Sergei Lavrov with other officials of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. And that was a meeting that identified and highlighted the main tracks of Russia-Islamic cooperation. And the objective that we're facing right now is to provide information support for this very important policy of cooperation between Russia and Islamic world. To say that we are not doing enough would not be true. However, to say that we have done all that we can would also not be true. Because so far, I would say we have been lackluster in a way, because the information struggle, the information confrontation between the West and the East has become a battlefield, and we need to realize that as soon as possible, and we need to upgrade and update our activities. We need to focus more on our information cooperation and on the activities. We need to focus on the activities of our news agencies, and I hope that today's meetings is going to mobilize all of us in order to defend the truth, to defend progress in today's world. So I would like to thank everyone for making it to today's meeting, both the organizers and participants, and once again I would like to extend my greetings to all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Ramazan Abdullatipov. We appreciate very much your input today, as well as the efforts that you have been investing from the very beginning of our cooperation, and you have indeed been sparing no effort to upgrade and improve this cooperation. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Mohammed Aliami, who is the General Director of the Union of News Agencies of the OIC member states. In the name of Allah the Merciful, Your Excellency Mr. Minnikhanov, Your Excellency Grigory Karasin, Your Excellency Mr. Abdullatipov, ladies and gentlemen, may peace be upon you. And in the name of Allah, I would like to thank all of you and the group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World. Also, I would like to thank Sputnik Agency and Россия Сегодня Agency for organizing today's event, which is indeed a very meaningful and important conference today. Indeed, they spared no effort to organize this conference. In addition, I would like to highlight the great role of the Group of Strategic Vision Russia Islamic World. I'm talking specifically of the progress that has been made in this regard. It is known to have signed an agreement on cooperation with the Sputnik news agency that took place in Jeddah in December 2021. Undoubtedly, all of these efforts have been promoting the relations between the two sides, Russia and the Islamic world. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ever since the inception of and the establishment of the Union within the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, when it took its present day form, our organization has been following the principle of moderation and objectivity. We counter Islamophobia as a dangerous phenomenon, and in addition to that, we are trying to play the role of a mediator in our cooperation with major international news agencies. We seek openness, transparency, and objectivity, and we seek to develop human capital and the so-called human factor in order to spread the principles of humanity and justice, which are in line with the Islamic religion. These are the principles that were recently voiced and promoted at our recent session. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, another point I would like to make is that our today's conference is indeed an important step in terms of developing relations between Russia and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Our union is doing its best in order to ensure that news agencies and mass media at large serve this noble cause, and we spread information in a number of languages, which is just and objective information. And in a concluding note, I would like to wish you the best of success, and may the blessings of Allah be upon you. Thank you. Thank you very much for these warm greetings, and I would like to respond to you by also extending our warm greetings and gratitude to you, because UNA was very quick to respond to the initiative of the Group of Strategic Vision in upholding the signing of an agreement with the Sputnik news agency that took place in Jeddah that you mentioned today. That was indeed very quick, and although this is not very typical, might not be very typical of Eastern cultures, UNA, I would say, set a very high standard of cooperation in the news and information sphere. And I would also like to thank our partners, the ones who are hosting us tomorrow. In particular, I'm talking about the press center of the Russian Foreign Ministry that was also very quick and prompt in upholding our initiative to organize this meeting, and a special role in this was played by the head of the Russian Foreign Ministry Press Center.
Mr. Nechayev, Deputy Head of the Department of Press of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of today's event, Anna Belikova specifically. I understand how much work has been done, how many efforts have been put into this event, and I'm sure of the quality and success of this event. Thank you. On behalf of the Press Center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, I want to greet all the participants of the conference I'm sure that yesterday at the World Cup, everybody was a fan for the Morocco team, a romantic team. But we regret to say that the result was not as we had hoped. But it's important not to give up, to continue to move forward, and that's what we are going to do at this conference as well. We appreciate very much that the artificial walls around Russia and obstacles did not prevent our foreign participants and friends to come to this conference, to be present today, to come from other countries to this conference. Russia is a multinational and multi-confessional state with rich historical experience of different cultures coexisting side by side. We have huge territories, and developing cooperation with the Islamic world is one of the most important priorities of the Russian foreign policy. Our country supports the historical links with the Islamic states, and I believe that the dialogue of civilizations is of particularly importance to strengthen political stability in the world. At present, we are witnessing the active process of approximation of Russia with the countries of the Islamic world. And it is obvious that it's due to also to cooperation in the information sphere, where we cooperate and our countries cooperate, relying on the principle of respect for all cultures, religions, and points of view. In accordance with our legislation, the main role in the foreign relations is vested in the Department of Press of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia and our press center specifically. And now a few words about the practical aspects of the work of our department. And I would like to talk to you about our work with representatives of the Islamic states. On the territory of our country, representatives of foreign mass media have the right to be involved in the journalist activity only after receiving the relevant visa. We call it journalist type visa and accreditation with our ministry. And these are the documents which are issued by the press center of the Ministry of Russia. Some figures. At present, the overall number of the accredited journalists with our ministry amounts to 650 people. So this is permanent representation of those journalists who live in Russia permanently and cover the developments in our country and work in various regions of our country. So out of this number, about 400 are reporters themselves and 250 technical staff. The overall number of the officers is 120, and they represent 62 countries of the world. And among these countries, we see representatives of the Islamic world: Azerbaijan, Iraq, Iran, Kazakhstan, Qatar, Kyrgyzia, Kuwait, Lebanon, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, some others. At present, we have 70 representatives who are accredited, representatives from the Islamic mass media. It is particularly pleasant to note that the chairman of the Association of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Adib Ali Sayed, also represents the Islamic world. He is the head of the journalist office from Kuwait. We note the growing interest of mass media sources from the Middle East and other countries. We receive many requests for interviews with representatives of our ministry, and the recent interview by Mr. Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Affairs of our country, was given to representatives from Kazakhstan, journalists from Kazakhstan. So we have permanent contacts and communication. And also people from Egypt, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates increase their presence in the Russian Federation. We are glad to note it. What are special features which I would like to point out in the work of the representatives of the Islamic world? First of all, a weighted approach, balanced approach to covering the events in our country, the desire to present different points of view on this or that development. And representatives of the Muslim countries in our country do not violate our legislation, and I must be quite frank with you, because not all representatives of other countries abide by our laws. They provide objective coverage of the situation in Russia, provide objective coverage of what's happening. We have a column on the site of our ministry about fake news. And Mr. Karasin indicated that there is a need to fight fake news. Representatives of the Muslim world find this column also important, and there is very little fake news coming from these countries. It also emphasizes once again that the representatives of Islamic countries pursue the policy of objectiveness. And on our part, our press center is doing its best to provide support to journalists. We respect traditions and history of other countries. countries of the Islamic world, and we believe that only with respect and dignity we can build a constructive dialogue and promote our common goals. And the common goals for us, the press center and the representatives of other countries, journalists from other countries, our goal is to provide objective, unbiased information to our readers, to people of other countries. Our work with journalists from other countries is our permanent activity, and it's important for the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is a new type of communication for us when Maria Zakharova became the director of our department and the official representative, the spokesman of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We started the practice of weekly meetings with the mass media representatives. There are official briefings, and one of them is going to start right away. And also before the official briefing, there is a meeting, informal meeting, or meeting for informal communication, which helps to establish non-official contacts, friendly contacts, and helps journalists to understand why the Russian foreign policy is moving in this direction. So this informal discussion, not recorded, makes it possible to have debates, not just information sharing, but also to bring to the notice of foreign journalists our position. Representatives of Islamic countries participate very actively in this exchange. And our press center, in working with foreign journalists, relies on the principle of respecting freedom of opinion and providing free access to the work of journalists in Russia. We do not divide journalists into categories, good or bad, for example. What's important for us is for journalists from other countries to respect Russian laws. And this week, we celebrated the Day of the Constitution in our country. And our Constitution has a provision on equal rights. And these provisions are implemented by us with reference to representatives of all countries, mass media representatives. They have the same rights as representatives of Russian mass media. So if they have accreditation, they work on the same footing as Russian journalists. So this respect for law is of primary importance. It also would like to see the unbiased presentation of information. And unlike our Western partners, we do not use such methods as fighting or exerting pressure on foreign journalists in our country, like it happens with reference to our journalists in a number of countries, like France, the United States, the Baltic republics, some other countries. Though formally these countries claim that they respect democratic ideals, but we saw what happened with the TV channel Dozhd, Rain, and how this democracy was implemented in practice. And in protecting the legitimate interests of our journalists, we plan, in keeping with the principle of reciprocity, to use retaliatory steps. This is something that we have to do to respond to this practice, negative practice in some countries. We improve our work with foreign journalists, and one of the main spheres of this activity was organizing press tours about our country, when during a short tour of 2 or 3 days, journalists have a chance, we have a chance to show our social and political and cultural possibilities, the life of the region, and the journalists can meet local authorities. And I can say that representatives, journalists from the Islamic world participate in such tours. We have organized 70 of such tours in the past 3 years. And it's an interesting coincidence that the next tour will be held this Sunday. It will be Sunday to the Republic of Tatarstan. And we are very glad that we have organized such a tour and are working on the program. In the context of the present geopolitical situation, we believe it's important to improve relations with foreign media structures. And we believe that cooperation between Russia and the journalists of the Islamic world is not just a short-lived phenomenon, but it's important to establish just a world order and to support a multi-confessional system in the world. This is in keeping with the new world order, and this is in keeping with the security of the world. In conclusion, I would like to call upon representatives of the Islamic world to increase your presence in our country. We are always glad to provide cooperation and assistance in offering accreditation, offering advice on various subjects, including everyday life, how to settle down in Russia. Thank you for your attention, and I wish to you productive discussions. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nechayev, Head of the Press Center of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Deputy Director of the Department of Information and Press. Thank you for your address and for your desire to see the growing relations between our mass media centers. And thank you for information about the practical steps your department is undertaking. We would also like to introduce now, to give the floor to Alexei Nikolov, General Director of the TV Novosti RT. This is the agency which has many interesting programs to speak about. I would like to address my colleagues, journalists, because this is the activity in which I have been involved for many years. And this is the sphere where revolutionary changes are underway. You know, in physics, there is such a term as a standard model. It's used to describe general models of the construction of the world. In journalism, we believe that there is a similar approach, standard model. When we understand what journalists do, what they have the right to do, what they do not have the right to do, how the work of journalists is regulated. But now, when we live in the world where this standard model has been broken, it's no longer recognized, and it is ignored by those people who, many years ago, lectured us on what is true, what is genuine journalism, what is true ethics of journalists, what are true journalist standards. So this all has been discarded. I agree with the previous speakers who said that fake is not maybe a good word because it has been borrowed. Let's replace it. In the Russian language, there is a wonderful word which means deception, non-truth, and this word is lipa. So I am giving you this word as my present. Let's say lipa news rather than fake news. So this is what the collective West is now involved in. The collective West, which used to lecture us for many years about journalist standards. Please note that for many years we talked about a law, about the law that the world is based on law. Now nobody mentions the word law. Now we hear stories that we must live in the world which is based on rules. And what are rules? Who establishes these rules? If somebody tells us that you must live in keeping with the rules that I established, this is not a law. This is the substitute, this is the replacement carried out by those magicians who carried out the substitution right in front of our eyes. This is what we have to witness. For many years, they had been teaching us that the world must have free access to information. Half of my life, over half of my life, was spent at the time of the Soviet Union, where we had some good things, not very good things. Not very good was censorship. We did not have free access to information. And it turned out that now, when we look at the so-called West, we see the traditions of the Soviet Union, worsened traditions, when good things were removed. But the censorship, typical for those days, now is blossoming. Censorship is really blossoming, and laws are ignored, absolutely ignored. Our RT channel is prohibited in most countries of Europe. And this has been done in obvious violation of law. Any lawyer will tell you that. So what? No one takes this into account. Yes, it's true, the time is not simple nowadays, when we have to change our directions, and the model has changed. And it's good that instead of those self-appointed judges of what is right and what is wrong, there are other power centers, other standards. And the people who are present here, who have come here, these are people who do not give in to this dictatorship of fake news, and create new decent journalism. We are doing our best. Our RT channel, and we have programs in many languages, and despite all bans and prohibitions and persecution, and even court prosecutions, we are trying to do our best to show the truth, which they try to hide from the world. Now, as to the Islamic world, we have a channel in English for Islamic countries in French, and of course, in the first place, we have the Arabic language channel. Sometimes it's called the Russia channel. We are proud of it. And it's sufficing to say that in the past years, our online resources have really suffocated or ousted all the rivals, Al Jazeera, Al Arabiya, BBC, in the Arabic language.
And indeed, in our next session, we're going to have Ms. Mayamana, who is head of RT Arabic, and you may ask her all the questions that you might be interested in. And she will share a detailed account of how all of these things happened. But there is one of the topics that West likes to lecture us on. This is inclusivity. By inclusivity, they mean including the representatives of quote-unquote minorities into the leadership, into authorities. And according to UNESCO, on average, we have around 25% of women across the world in top leadership positions. But in RT, we have 75% of women in top leadership positions, including Ms. Mayamana, and I'm very thankful for you giving me the floor, because I believe this is a very important topic. I'm talking about specifically about truth, which is promoted by the journalists and voiced by the journalists, and it is a very important right for our audience to be able to hear out that truth. Shukran. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you, Mr. Nikolov. Lipa News, I think, has been a particularly interesting coinage, and I'm still thinking of how we should translate this into different languages, but I'm totally sure we are going to come up with a meme at RT that will cover this idea of Lipa News in other languages. In any case, I would like to speak about science right now. When we talk about a new type of Lobachevsky geometry, Lobachevsky authored geometry. So one person who is as prominent as Lobachevsky was in mathematics, his counterpart, so to speak, in journalism, a person who is as prominent in journalism, is someone that I would like to introduce today. And the person who has, this is a person who has had a range of interviews with various leaders across the world, and obviously what he has done is encouraged many other people to study international journalism and to get closer acquainted with Islamic countries and Islamic cultures. Only 20% of all Islamic countries speak Arabic, but 80% of Islamic countries speak other languages. And he introduced us to those Islamic cultures. And I would like to give the floor now to the first deputy of General Director of the TASS Information Agency, Mikhail Guzman. Thank you so much. I do feel a little bit uneasy after all these kind words that you said about me. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I indeed feel very flattered and very honored to be at this conference. Indeed, it has a very strong significance for the cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world in the media sphere, and its importance cannot be overestimated. Because, well, since I am to make these introductory remarks, I would like to this is so much I wanted to say for the introduction, but I would like to move on to some practical aspects of our cooperation. Because you see, both the Islamic world and Russia in the present-day world are supposed to make very specific steps to enhance cooperation between news agencies in Russia and Islamic countries. I have been working for the TASS news agency for over 25 years now, and we have agreements with dozens of news agencies in the Islamic world. And today at 5 p.m. we are going to host at the TASS head office the General Director of a leading news agency in the United Arab Emirates. Indeed, we have very close ties with that agency from the Emirates, and less than a month ago, we were able to organize together a major event in Abu Dhabi, and that was a global media summit where we had the honor to participate. We did conclude a number of new agreements at that summit, and as TASS news agency, on behalf of that agency, we participated in the Assembly of Arab States, and we represented a new information product, or rather an upgraded information product by TASS. And that was an Arabic news feed that we made a presentation of. And it is going to be in very high demand, both in the Arab-speaking world, but also beyond. And we are already getting some requests for that information product. One other point that I would like to make has to do with a well-known regional union that brings together countries of Asia and the Pacific, OANA. This is an agency that processes around 75% of the world's information flows. And a few years ago, TASS came up with an initiative to cooperate with that major association, and also to involve Arab and Islamic countries in that association. And OANA organized its session in Tehran that was around 6 weeks ago. Yeah, we also contributed to that. But then, on the other hand, there is another important point that I would like to make, is that TASS filed an application to host the OANA General Assembly meeting in 2023. And it is clear that we do have to face a lot of difficulties as Russian information agencies and news structures, as well as other Russian institutions and Russian delegations in various international platforms. But one very nice surprise, I would say, for us was that we were able to lead over the Chinese Xinhua agency, and in 2025 we will be able to host the OANA General Assembly and to become presidents of that assembly. That was a very nice proposal that we received. There are a lot of things I could still say about our cooperation with the Islamic world, but one very important thing here is the initiative by TASS was something that our colleagues are probably aware of, is that the World Congress of News Agencies, the 7th World Congress of News Agencies, is going to take place very soon in Marrakesh in Morocco. It was supposed to be held last year, however, it was hindered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, November 2022 was supposed to be the date for it, but it will be postponed. So in any case, I would like to invite the heads of Arabic news agencies to that Congress in Marrakesh, and we will definitely extend the invitations to all of you. And again, as my concluding remarks, one of my colleagues did mention that Morocco was not so super successful last night, but I feel very sympathetic about that situation. And last night I was talking to my colleagues on the phone from Morocco, and my heart goes out to the Moroccans. But I would like to suggest another word for fake news here, lapsha news or spaghetti news, noodle news, which is, I think, a wonderful substitute for fake news. Because Lipa news, I believe, sounds too nice, because Lipa stands for linden tree in Russia. So I think spaghetti news is something that would be probably better translated into Arabic. Thank you very much, Mr. Guzman. I understand that as we work with the representatives of the Islamic countries, we are actually in line with the schedule, with our schedule, but given this time frame that we have been provided by the organizers, we are lagging behind a little bit. So I would like to give the floor now to co-organizer of this event and the previous meetings between Russia and Islamic Organization of Islamic Cooperation countries and news agencies. And this is going to be director of the International Cooperation of the Media Group Россия сегодня Sputnik, Vasily Pushkov. Mr. Pushkov, you have the floor. Thank you very much. And I would like to greet everyone once again and to thank the Group of Strategic Vision, and in particular Mr. Muhammedshin for giving us the opportunity indeed to participate in this wonderful event. And why I say wonderful, a wonderful event is as we prepared for this conference, I think what is very important for an international journalist and international affairs expert is to see what life is like through the eyes of your foreign counterparts. I'm trying to imagine what would encourage me as a representative of the Arab Emirates or some other warm country in the Arab world to go to Moscow in mid-December. So indeed, I think this event is wonderful in all respects. But also, you probably all understand that for major Russian media, Arabic broadcasting is of primary importance. And when it comes to our agency and the Sputnik's cooperation with other agencies, 50% of all projects last year accounted, 50% were with the Islamic world and Arabic-speaking Arabic broadcasting channels for Arabic-speaking audiences. So as a lazy person, I would like to confirm and to attest that you do not have to put in a lot of effort because we understand each other naturally with Arab news agencies. And on a concluding note, my colleagues told me I should not make this event too politicized or politically charged. But there is another thing, another piece of propaganda that's coming from the collective West. And I'm talking about Russia's international isolation. They are all saying they all have a narrative of Russia's international isolation. But we hosted delegations from over 30 foreign countries in Russia just last year. And yesterday, one of my American friends, who, by the way, lives outside of the United States, but still he asked me, how is international isolation of Russia going on? And Mr. Mohammedchin, I would like to send him an excerpt from your statement and send it to my friend. The part of your statement when you talk about all the guests from all the countries that have come here today, so that he can see through his own eyes what international isolation of Russia is like. Thank you so much. Thank you too for this animated statement, and indeed very often I do think of this international isolation, so-called international isolation, because I'm so busy with all kinds of international events I can barely picture what isolation we are talking about in the first place. And if this is what isolation looks like, please could you lift the burden off of my shoulders so that I could have a nap at least from time to time. I would like to thank the participants of our plenary session. This has been incredibly engaging, and I hope that this will be a very constructive meeting for our further conferences. Our next meeting is going to be dedicated to tracks of practical cooperation, and the following session will be about projects that are already underway between Russia and the Islamic world in the news sphere. Because we are falling a little bit behind the schedule, you will have 5 minutes for the coffee break now, and in 5 minutes, kindly please come back to this room, other than those who have to leave right now. Thank you very much.
Итак, уважаемые коллеги, мы...
Dear colleagues, we are starting the session of media cooperation along the vector Russia-Islamic world, implemented projects and prospects. I would like to warn our dear speakers that each of you has 10 minutes to speak, and I hope that we will be able to catch up with the schedule and to make up for the delay.
الآن في الكلمة الأولى للأستاذة.
I would like to first give the floor to Ms. Anna Belikova, who invested a lot of efforts into organizing this conference. She is the advisor to the group of strategic vision between Russia and the Islamic world. And I would like to extend my apologies to our colleagues who are joining us online. We are lagging behind the schedule a little bit. I am fully aware that you have further meetings, so we will try and keep up with the time frame. I would like to speak today as advisor to the Russia-Islamic world group of strategic vision in the news and information sphere. And for those of you who are just getting acquainted with the group today, I would like to say that it was founded in the year 2006, a year after Russia joined the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. Back in the day, was called Organization Islamic Conference. This group was founded by Evgeny Primakov and Minta Mershaimiev, who are well-known high-profile politicians, or rather were high-profile politicians. And since 2014, Rustam Minnikhanov has been at the helm of the group, who is head of the Republic of Tatarstan. Ever since, the group has been actively involved in media cooperation and news journalism. Since 2015, the group has organized a forum for journalists from Muslim countries, and over the years the forum has had very different and varied topics. And in recent years, the Muslim journalists have been discussing fight against extremism, because indeed for Islam at that particular point of time, it was very important to be not to be associated with terrorism or extremism, which used to be the order of the day, even in the media sphere. And obviously, it was important to change the image of Islam in the news sphere, in the media sphere. And it also had we also had to decrease radicalization in the media, radicalization of Islam. And in 2016, the declaration that was adopted said that the Islamic world itself is capable of stopping the destructive process of radicalization of Islam. The Islamic world itself, by tapping into its potential, was able to stop radicalization of Islam. That was one of the most important mottos, because many things before that were imposed from outside. And at the forums that we were conducting, one of the most important ideas was that the Islamic world is able to deal with this issue itself, to tackle this challenge on its own, including in the media sphere as well. Russia does consider itself part of the Islamic world because up to 20% of the Russian population are Muslim.
And we have a very long and very productive experience of contacts with the Muslim world. Since 2017, the forum developed a new direction, and the title is Journalists from Muslim Countries for Partnership of Civilizations. The continuation of this subject and more maybe serious step in the work of the group becomes the International Forum of Muslim Journalists and Bloggers, and it started in 2019 in St. Petersburg. It was at that forum, besides the documents of the Russian Federation which were mentioned, the fundamental document for the work became the Global Charter of Journalists, which was adopted at the World Congress in Tunisia in 2019, and it was attended by one of us. The result of this work of the group became the collection of publications published in several languages, the collection of speeches made at this forum, including the documents which were adopted. Then the pandemic came, and much of the activity was suspended. The conferences were suspended, but at that time, it became obvious for us that our meetings should continue, including online. So that was the format of the conference in November 2020. The conference on cooperation, on information cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world. We are very grateful to the representative office of the Russian Federation with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, to Timur and Natalia, who supported the event, participated in this event. The group of strategic vision then asked UNA for support, and UNA participated in the event. So for all of us, it was the first attempt after the pandemic, and we were afraid that it will be difficult to organize it. It was the first Zoom for many of us, so technical problems were quite tremendous. In 21, we had a hybrid session in the framework of the international summit, Russia and the Islamic world. It was devoted to the implementation of cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world. We received representatives of practically all Russian mass media agencies, including Sputnik, and Sputnik supported all the events at TASS from Tunisia, Free Press, UNA, or the Union of News Agencies. The International Federation of Journalists also participated, and of course the Union of Russian Journalists, and who supported us as well. So there were also parliamentarians from Egypt, and they participated in this forum. I think that the culmination at the moment for us of our joint activity was the signing of a memorandum of intention between the UNA and the international news agency, Radio Sputnik, at the session of the Russia and the Islamic World Strategic Vision Group in November of 2021. Now we continue with this activity, and we do not only discuss today's event, but we're interested in your impressions and your opinions, either formal or informal, on the journalists of Russia and the Islamic World Forum. So your ideas, your proposals, your suggestions. We're now at the stage when, in the first place, we expect practical suggestions, practical projects, and we are prepared to support all of them at all levels, at all stages. And I hope that we have not only the support of UNA, but also of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and they are prepared for strategic cooperation in the mass media sphere between Russia and the Islamic world. Thank you for your attention. Now, I apologize to our next speaker, Mr. Raisi. If you allow, if you let me, I would introduce our online speaker. He has been waiting for his turn, and he has another meeting to attend. So I would like to introduce my dear friend, a friend of Russia, a person who visited all our conferences, but unfortunately was unable to join this conference, but he's online with us. Not only a well-known professional journalist, but a teacher, a professor, a scientist. So the Mr. Bora Bayraktar, yes, the director of the TRT World. Большое спасибо.
Thank you, Anna, for the compliments. And obviously, I wanted to be there, but because of busy schedule, I couldn't. As you have said, I'm heading TRT World Television, which is a news channel reporting 7/24 hours in English. And I also joined previous meetings in Russia about the dialogue between Muslims in all around the world with Russia. So I think these organizations and panels are very important for us to understand how to develop our communications, not only between two sides, but also within Russia. This is very important because we know that, you all know that, a big population, a Muslim population in Russia is living. And recently, I remember that President Putin said Islamic world is Russia's traditional partner. So I think the communication should be developed for both sides, because on the one hand, we have been under the, let's say, a hegemony of narrative in international media, which is controlled by the Western countries for decades. But now we have seen that many countries now are in this business because this one-sided narrative is harming a lot, and people need to understand each other without any influence. So I think from this point of view, it is very important for us, for not only for Russia, but for Turkey, Iran, and others to explain themselves and contribute to this communication without any bias and prerogatives. This is very important. More interaction is needed. So we are developing our communications via different networks, but also it should be developed as well. First, I think the direction of this communication should be both ways. On the one hand, we know that Russia needs to explain itself. It needs to communicate with the Muslim world, but also the Muslim world should also be able to communicate with Russia from their own positions. This is very important. So we should read each other from our own sources. This is very important. And also, we also should be able to understand the Muslims in Russia. This is also very important. So I think part of the Russian strategy should be exposing and helping these communities to explain themselves to us so that we can strengthen our communication with Russia via these people. This is very important. And I have seen that in the last meeting in Kazan, I believe, last year, I've seen Russian Muslims were able to express themselves with their networks. This is very important, but they should also be able to reach us. This is very important. And from our side, we should explain ourselves to Russia without any interference. For example, now my network, TRT, we have a Russian version of our news coverage. This is very important because we want Russia to see what's going on in Turkey or what is our perspective. So without any interference, directly from Russian language, we want to express ourselves. So I think this is very important. Dialogue should be both ways. We should be able to have a Russian point of view, Russian culture, whatever it is. And also we should be expressing ourselves in this language. I think this is very important. This is what I wanted to add to the dialogue there. I thank you, Anna, and to you all for your time. It's a pleasure and honor to address this meeting. Thank you very much.
Спасибо господину Боро Байрактару за его. Thanks to Mr. Bora Bayraktar for his address. He could not participate offline, but I hope he will have this chance later on. Now the word is given to Mohammed Raisi, Director General of the Emirates News Agency, WAM. He will speak about cooperation in mass media, cooperation between our countries. This agency adopted a document on tolerance in relations. This agency is involved in a very dynamic activity in the field of media cooperation. And now we are going to listen to the address of Mr. Raisi. Dear participants of the conference, peace be upon you. First of all, I address you on the part of our Emirates news agency, and I'm glad to be able to participate in this session. We have here representatives of the Islamic world, representatives of Russia, and I'm grateful to the hosts, to the organizers of this meeting. And I think that such meetings should be held in various states of the Islamic world. And I would like to confirm that there is very much in common between us. And in the mass media sphere, Russian news agencies and our agencies have many contacts. The previous speakers have indicated, have pointed out that we have a long history of cooperation, between Russia and the Islamic world. We have long-standing contacts with Russia. They are very well developed. We are proud of these contacts, and we are doing our best to have these contacts proliferate and spread around the world. There are many things which bring us together, which are common to both sides, and they serve as the basis for our work. Our task is to give the truth to our readers and viewers, and this really should be a genuine reflection of what's happening in the world. In the United Arab Emirates, in our country, we held the first session of the International Congress of Mass Media Sources with the participation of the Russian delegation, and the Russian delegation participated in the exhibition as well, which was held at the same time. And there were numerous meetings at various levels. The meetings were organized by the Union of Islamic News Agencies. And I want to make use of this opportunity and to say that the current conference is of great importance because it contributes to the exchange of opinions, to the development of the principles which are common to us, the principles of moderation, the principles of middle road. Of course, we use advanced technologies in our work in the mass media sphere. On the day when the world celebrated the International Day of Tolerance, so we adopted a resolution and a charter on tolerance in mass media sources. Also, about 200 representatives signed this document. And about 200 countries were represented at this forum. That's an example which we would like to continue with in our further meetings. And we hope that this cooperation will gain momentum. That conference was very important in developing our work. And the United Emirates can bring together the West and the East, can help to overcome the differences which create problems for us. And we definitely hope that the results of the work of this conference will be fruitful, very positive. We hope that you will be able to attend our conference as well, and will be able to discuss the mass media problems as well as many other problems. And these discussions will help us to develop relations with news agencies. a very important element of our activity is the suggestions which we have received from the participants of our conference. These are the suggestions based on the joint activity with their partners. And I believe that we need such conferences, we need such fora, which would help us to elaborate common approaches, positive attitude to the solution of many problems. And we can exchange positive experiences that we have in our field. And such conferences help such exchange of opinions. Our news agency concluded about 90 agreements with other mass media news agencies all over the world. And we believe that there is positive potential in developing these relations. We hope to have more agreements with other news agencies in different countries. Besides, we see it as our priority to help spread knowledge about the culture and other information about other countries. We tend to provide news to our people about the life in other countries. So it could be good to elaborate common principles of approach to our duties. And it's important to promote brotherhood, emotions, tolerance, and also promoting positive news of what's happening in other countries. Our duty is to explain the true nature of what's happening in other countries, and so that we could eradicate the signs of hatred. And by our activity, we try to strengthen the historical relations between Russia and the Islamic world. We have great hopes related to the present conference, and hope that it will help us all to develop more friendly relations, better relations with more news agencies, and will do our best to generate positive news.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, you have covered very important topics, and most of those issues were raised during the Congress in Abu Dhabi. And for me, one of the pivotal issues was indeed the idea of tolerance. In Russian, we have the word терпимость, which is probably better translated in Arabic as tasama. And I would like to suggest that next year, if you deem that possible, to organize a wider discussion involving everyone who is present here. But also, my idea is that the upcoming year, 2023, is the year of Russian people's culture, and we are proud to say that we have over 200 ethnic groups living in Russia permanently, and it is indeed very important for us. Even here, we are going to see representatives of at least a dozen ethnic groups permanently residing in Russia. So I believe that together with RT, Sputnik, and the Group of Strategic Vision, we could probably organize a standalone session that would deal with diversity of ethnic groups in the world and of peoples in the world. But we could also share Russian experience in terms of this diversity at the Global Media Congress. And I believe that a very special role in distributing information about Russia and the diversity that we have is played by an organization that has, in recent years, taken up such fast-paced development that we struggle to catch up with it. And I'm talking about an organization that is doing its best in order to promote Russia as a multi-ethnic and multi-denominational, multi-religious country. And first, I would like to say that we are talking about the Union of Russian Journalists. Here, this is exactly the organization that supported the initiative by the Strategic Vision Group a few years ago in terms of organizing these conferences and meetings. And my particular thanks goes to Timur Shafir for his consistent support and inviting us to all the events by his organization. So the floor goes to Mr. Timur Shafir, Secretary of the Union of Journalists of Russia and head of the International Department of the said union. Dear colleagues, dear Mr. Farid Muhammadchin and dear Ms. Anna Belikova, thank you so much for the honor to speak at this conference on very practical steps in cooperation. And indeed, quite a number of very interesting proposals have been put forward at this meeting. And I'm going to try and stick to the suggested time frame because lots of very interesting things, like I said, have already been addressed. For me, as a journalist and a representative of Russian Journalists Union, today's event is indeed meaningful and significant because finally all of this mass media and news agencies have stopped being Eurocentric, if I can put it that way. So Russian mass media and Russian public organizations are having now a wider outlook on the world. And one proof of that is our today's meeting. Speaking of the very practical cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world, I'm talking in particular about Russia's cooperation with the Arabic world, with North Africa and Far Eastern countries. Russia is indeed part of the Islamic world because it is a country of many ethnic groups and many religions and denominations. And we do use our historical experience on a daily basis. And taking over from my previous colleague, who was also a speaker here today, Russia and the Islamic world have a lot more in common than the stereotypes suggest. For Russian journalists and journalists from the Islamic world, it is indeed marvelous progress that they have been able to make in terms of technological and other types of professional development that are so necessary for our profession in the news area. They have a lot in common in terms of their very sincere interest in the international agenda, as well as problems and issues not only in our respective countries, but also in the world at large. We unfortunately also have some issues and challenges that we share. First and foremost, I'm talking about stereotypes about journalism, not only in Russia and Islamic world, but also in Europe and the United States. Then there is also the issue of censorship that we have always been accused of by our Western colleagues, but they seem to misunderstand that we are talking here about the ethical standards for the journalist profession, and they are really different from the Western practice. And also, Islamophobia is an increasingly widespread phenomenon in the media sphere, but also Russophobia has been increasingly widespread, and these are all the challenges that we need to overcome together, collectively. Now, going back to the practical steps and measures to enhance our cooperation, I have to note that indeed a lot of work has been done over the last few years, and obviously, it is very important that our journalists, including RT and our news channels that work the broadcast for Arab-speaking audiences and Islamic audiences in large, so they have made a very significant contribution, and so has the Group of Strategic Vision. And we do have an increasingly common understanding, an increasingly shared understanding of our future. And one of the key obstacles in the way of this progress is that in spite of all the work that we are doing, there is not enough understanding between our respective news agencies. Unfortunately, there are so many mass media in the Islamic world, but also Russian mass media that talk about Islamic countries. When they speak about the developments in the respective countries, they source that information in Western media and some other international media. But I believe this is excessive. This is a mediator that we do not actually need. This is an intermediary structure that can be discarded because that would allow us to cooperate more fully and understand fully what our society, what kind of life our societies have, and their politics and economies. So a lot has already been done, but there is still more progress to make and a lot of room for improvement. So on behalf of the Russia's Journalists Union, which has branches across all the regions of our countries. Now we have our offices in 89 regions of Russia, including Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, as well as Donetsk and Lugansk republics. We have our offices in all those provinces as well. And we intend to continue our cooperation with the journalists that focus on those topics in particular, but also on private non-government organizations that deal with mass media cooperation. And indeed, this is a wonderful place that we have, where we have come together today. This is a wonderful multimedia center, and yet I would like to suggest to our colleagues from the Strategic Vision Group that we should start working on joint events on our traditional platform in the House of Journalists that will be reopened, reinaugurated following a reconstruction and overhaul next year. Another suggestion that I have when it comes to the venues for our events is probably that we should look at other platforms and festivals that host Russian journalists in 2023. So these practical steps are going to make it possible for us to learn more about what our colleagues do from the Islamic world. But that will also show them the diversity in terms of cultures, professionalism, and ethnic groups that we have repeatedly mentioned today. So thank you very much again for the invitation that has been extended to me today. And obviously, this is a pivotal event of paramount importance for us and our foreign colleagues today. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Timur, for your wonderful statement that we have just heard. And now I would like Ms. Maya Man, who is a representative of RT Arabic TV channel, to speak. She's a graduate of Rogers Williams University in the United States. She further joined RT Arabic in the year 2013, and she's now head of RT Arabic. Please, you have the floor. for RT Arabic, such initiatives are a great way to meet our potential partners in person. We have an Algerian counterpart here. I also know that we have an Iraqi representative at this event, and it is important for us to foster friendly relations with countries that support Russia, and there are quite a number of such countries in the Arab world. And that would signify and symbolize a new level of partnership in the international arena for Russia. In 2019 to 2021, RT Arabic was channel #1 in terms of the audience, the readership of our website. That means that we surpassed even Al Jazeera in terms of the subscribers that we had for our website. And that was indeed something outstanding for a Russian news channel. Then when the special military operation started, Western media essentially banned the Russian broadcasters from broadcasting, from going on air anywhere. And you know that even though Arabic speaking audiences are not the focus, not the target audience for most Western countries, still RT Arabic also lost around 80% of its audience and readership in 2022. Why did that happen in the first place? Yes, indeed, there are people who like to watch TV in today's world, but there are also a lot of people who read the news on their phones and smartphones, and all of a sudden RT Arabic was banned from YouTube. We had millions of subscribers, and even though RT had been working on increasing its readership for over 15 years, we felt like all of that had vanished overnight. And obviously our readerships and our audiences had gone down. Even if you love our news and if you used to watch it on a regular basis, you cannot have access to our information anymore. So if you are actually interested in Russia Al-Yom and its news website, you need to do a lot of research, and you need to do a lot of work in order to find our news on the internet. So we found ourselves in a situation where we are indeed very popular with the audience, but unfortunately, we do not have any opportunity to promote our agenda. So it is very important for us to participate in this event, because practical steps in media cooperation is question #1 for us. So how do we stay relevant? How do we stay in touch with our audiences? Because obviously lots of the news that we used to publish is no longer there because of confrontation with the West. So what do we do? The first thing is we cooperate with our Arabic partners, Arabic broadcasters, in terms of exchange of content. For instance, in Lebanon, our shows are broadcast and aired on Lebanese channels. So if the European Union is exerting its pressure on our partners in the region, and then the European Union is trying to make those partners remove RT Al-Yom from their broadcasts. So they seem actually to be very unhappy about that. There is so-called propaganda in European languages. But as Mr. Nikolov has said, what is important for the European Union is to suffocate RT Arabic. So that means that Arab channels will also be banned at a certain point in time in Europe. So one day you wake up in the morning and you would like to know what President Putin has said, but you cannot find that out because you only have the BBC and CNN broadcasting in Europe. So exchange of content and cooperation with friendly news agencies and media, especially documentary content, is of utmost importance for us. We need to show films and documentary movies on what is actually going on in Donetsk and Luhansk. We want to distribute our content to reach out to everyone who is interested in that content. This is the first thing. The second thing is building so-called regional hubs. This is exactly what we are doing now in Algeria. We are about to open an office that will cover North African news, and it will be based in Algeria. It will open and launch pages on social media, and those pages will cover news in a specific country so that they can access the audiences inside the country to make sure that RT Arabic still can reach out to the people. We are also planning to launch a hub or an office in Egypt as well. And we are enjoying a lot of support from Mr. Raisi and other news agencies in other Islamic countries. And the third thing that we are involved in is organizing internships. Indeed, we invite journalists here from Arabic countries. Those journalists are involved in covering the Russia-Africa Forum. And unfortunately, because of COVID-19, it has not been held too regularly. But 2023, we're expecting another Russia-Africa summit. And we host Arabic journalists, and we assist them with the logistical and transport issues as well as accreditation. We may assist those journalists in that. And as a result, we get a pool of journalists that cover, indeed, that very important event. And that's about all we can do as a channel. Because the rest of the things that we need to do, they need to be, those issues need to be addressed through the Russian government. It is very difficult for us to be involved in a confrontation with the West on equal terms. But there is so much we can do. But there are three things that we are involved in: exchange of content, internships, and reaching out to the audiences through other countries' broadcasters. So these are the main tracks of our cooperation, and this is where we count on the support of our colleagues. Maya, thank you very much for how sincere you have been today. And trust me, this is exactly why we create the platforms like the one that we have today.
Yes, this is a chance for frank and honest communication. And taking into account the situation, which is not easy for us to deal with because RT has been deprived of the chance to work in the internet space. But RT is looking and finding possibilities. I admire them. I admire them creativity. And one of the Nobel Prize winners was asked a question: when you have so few resources, when you didn't receive much money, and this Nobel Prize winner said, we made use of our brain. And that's exactly the situation with RT. When there is not much finance or possibilities, RT finds a way to overcome the problems and obstacles. And I'm grateful that our colleagues, including the countries which are members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, they support RT. And this year, there was a great temperature, plus 50 degrees centigrade. RT sent me to Iraq, where I attended the festival Al-Khadir, And at this festival, RT received 2 prizes, and that was the Arab channel of RT. One of the one of the channels responded to the work of RT. One prize was for the best Telegram channel, and the other one was for the support, mutual support, mutually beneficial support, maybe mutually blossoming support of existence of Russian ethnic groups. And it was devoted to the celebration of Ramadan in Russia. For the best program, RT received this prize. And at this festival, and I'm recollecting it now, not because our next session will have the presentation of Mr. Baka, and he will speak about this festival. And I was also grateful because at this festival I met another speaker, and he started right away our communication by saying we need more information from Russia. We are providing information about the operation, but we want more communication with Russian mass media sources to make sure our information is unbiased and planned for the Arab readers. I remembered this request, and I decided that today we should listen to him. I am giving the floor to the Deputy Secretary General of the Union of Islamic Radio and Television, Mr. Nasser Aghdar. In the name of Allah, the graceful, may happiness be upon you. I was very glad to receive your invitation, the invitation of the Group of Strategic Vision Russia, the Islamic World. So I'm glad to be able to participating in the current forum. Thank you for your hospitality, for your cordiality, for warm reception. And one aspect which is particularly pleasant for us is the possibility of media cooperation between media sources. Of course, it is essential to see the connection between media and political issues. They are interconnected, intertwined. And now we are living at a very important time from the strategic point of view. We are witnessing a crisis in the present world, in the modern world. And we believe we are witnessing the beginning of the transition from unipolar world to multipolar world. The Islamic world is one of the subjects of these changes. And this is the period that we find ourselves in. In this period, mass media agencies are undergoing a change. And new networks are emerging, and new technologies are emerging. We're witnessing different tendencies at the global level. We have heard already several speeches which pointed out that Western mass media are also undergoing a crisis, are also experiencing a crisis. Their tradition of providing only beneficial for them news is finding less and less support, as well as their tendency of offering fake news. Some mass media sources have now embarked on a more tough policy and more tough strategy. And this is a change in the mass media work, the work of Western mass media. So this is a reflection of the changes which are underway in the whole world. These mass media present the work of the Russian news agencies as fake news, as providing deception. This shows that that's the result of the sentiment that is quite widespread in the West, that their work is not efficient. And this is what we are witnessing instead of finding different points of view. So another important issue under discussion today is how can we distinguish between news agencies which provide genuine news and those who provide false news. One of the criterion is the broadcasts and the coverage of the Palestinian problem, how the news agencies cover this issue. You have mentioned today the restrictions imposed on the work of RT. This is one of the examples. And that reflects a tendency of Western countries. And it proves that we're now living in a new reality. I represent the Arab world, the Arab region. We had been under this pressure for many decades, under the pressure of various restrictions. So the question now is there anything we can do to fight against the actions of the collective West? And I think that we can identify such collective measures that we can use. We have the technological means, we have the internet, but I regret to say that many countries do not have a complete sovereignty over the work of their mass media. So it would be a good idea if we could elaborate a program of joint action which would strengthen the sovereignty and independence of national mass media. I think that Russia in this respect has a very good potential. And today's meeting, I hope, will be useful for representatives of the Islamic world in this field. Of course, we cannot talk here about all the countries of the Islamic world because there are many different nations, but thanks to our contacts and relations with Russia, we can expand the number of countries on our side. A very good example is the policy of the Islamic world towards the problem of Palestine. And we see the reflection of this joint strategy in the recent events. The governments of our country hope to rely on the support, on the political support of Russia in this problem of Palestine. There are many other challenges that we are facing. Our country's cooperation with Russia has long roots, deep roots, but there is much more potential which should be explored. We do not have a joint strategy, a joint agenda of action. So I believe that at such conferences, it's essential for us to be able to elaborate a joint plan of actions, a joint strategy. Probably we should establish a special body that would start thinking over such a strategy, elaborating such a strategy of common actions of Russia and the Islamic countries. I think this is a promising idea. And there can be some pragmatic steps which can be recommended right away. We could create a kind of headquarters of joint activity. And the Russian version of what's happening in Ukraine differs from what we hear from Western mass media sources. So we should create, as I said, the headquarters of joint action to be able to offer our version of important political developments. Another suggestion is creating some kind of textbooks or some kind of awareness-raising activity to educate journalists in Islamic countries, in Russia. And it's also essential to deal with the language barrier. I am restricted in my contacts in Russia because I do not speak Russian. But I know that many of my compatriots speak Russian. And I'm glad to note this. So the language barrier must be removed. One of the ways is organizing educational courses, organizing translation tools, because that would help us to better understand each other. So some joint professional groups could be also created to facilitate mutual understanding. I would also like to point out that Russian mass media sources should understand better what's happening in our countries, and that also requires special measures, special activity. So you should work probably more intensively in our countries, more consistently. And again, movies and various films should also be promoted in our countries. I know that RT is doing a lot in this respect by creating their own films to fight back or something, to counterbalance the films coming from Western countries, because much of what's coming from the West is false. Why don't we see more Russian films in our channels, in our countries? There are many documentaries created in Russia. For example, films about the events in Syria, when the Russian army intervened to help Syrians. We need more information on the subject to be used in the Arab countries. Another important element is the work of Oriental specialists, Russian Oriental specialists. Their work, their articles should be easily available in Islamic Muslim countries. We have 235 representatives in our union, 235 agencies. And this is a very large and influential force. And many countries are represented in our union. But Russian representatives are not always do not always find it easy to work in this field. And as a representative of the Union of Islamic Radio and Television, I would like to make a couple of suggestions. First of all, right away, we should start with this awareness-raising initiatives. We have 70 editorial offices which offer material created by us. And this is where we need cooperation. We need to exchange information, exchange programs, and this should be done in a dynamic way. We expect more documentaries from you. We have received about 200 documentary films. That was a great gift which we received from RT. We can also organize events for specialists in the field of political sciences. There are about 5 or 6 experts here who speak the Arabic language. In Western Asia, there is an organization called the League of Analyzing Political Events, with 400 people employed there, and Russian specialists should be engaged in the work of this organization. So this is another possibility for cooperation. And I think there should be a special center to monitor the news, and it will work on some joint basis. We need cooperation in another important sphere, and this is the use of satellites, communication satellites, new satellites, which distribute news. Our region is huge, and we are prepared to receive your information, and we offer sending our information to you. So these are our suggestions, and I'm prepared for more profound discussion with specialists. As you know, I represent the Union of Islamic Radio and Television. I apologize for a longer than expected address to you. But I think that the initiative in which we are participating now is very important. And representatives of the civil society can also speak here and discuss vital issues with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful idea. And God willing, we will be able to implement them. And now, let me give the floor to Mr. Samir Gaid, Director General of the Algerian News Agency. Thank you very much. I have a written statement that I prepared, but first off, I would like to suggest some of the ideas of my own regarding what has been already said here. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Russia Islamic World Strategic Vision Group, the international news agency Sputnik Сегодня Russia, and the Union of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation News Agencies for this important initiative to hold this conference. especially in this current situation when the work of mass media is gaining very special importance. And I believe that we should work together, and we should do this in order to upgrade our cooperation to make sure that it is in line with the noble objectives that we are setting for ourselves. We have information products, and our work is based on values such as tolerance, moderation, justice, fairness. And the sphere that we work in is extremely fruitful. The relations that are taking shape between us are of strategic importance. This extends in general to the relations between Russia and the Islamic world at large. If we are to talk about Algeria, in my country, there is legislation that is aimed at encouraging the work of news agencies and mass media, with a view to furthering cooperation with news agencies from other countries too. However, there is also a series of programs that we implement and that we work on as part of our bilateral cooperation framework with countries in the region and beyond. There is a number of issues that we need to talk about very frankly and sincerely. In particular, the program of exchange and cooperation. Whenever we talk about it, we usually reduce ourselves to the agreements and very specific provisions in those agreements in that area. However, I think we should also look at the other prospects as well. We should proceed from the fast growth of technologies, and we should elaborate programs for mass media across various countries. These news agencies in various countries have characteristics of their own. There are some of them that have vast resources, including financial ones, and they can cover a vast expanse of regions. They may broadcast in a large number of countries, and they have the capability to respond to developments in the world very quickly and create the appropriate publications and materials. So I believe that as part of our cooperation, we should focus on technology. We should work together on coverage of the most important news developments. When it comes to education and training, this is also another very important aspect that was touched upon here today. And I believe that quick and fast development of technology is happening now at a miraculous pace. Right now, one phenomenon that we are witnessing is that every year there are some new technologies coming out. Before that process of upgrading technology used to take decades. And this requires a certain level of expertise for professionals that need to work on it. The question here, however, is how do we use with a pragmatic and effective fashion? How do we use those opportunities arising for our cooperation? Noteworthy is that we need to think of some binding cooperation agreements and programs. We should focus on that rather than focus on the negative experience of the past. when just too many agreements were signed. However, little implementation was seen, if any at all. So they were more nominal, if I can put it that way. So we need to aim our cooperation at achieving practical results. I did like one idea that was voiced earlier today at this meeting, as that we need to think more specifically of the terms that we use. We are all part of countries with very different social and cultural values. So sometimes it is difficult to provide a very precise or very adequate understanding of certain ideas. This stands in the way of developing common decisions. But this is very important for us to figure out what exactly we mean when we talk about certain things. It is all the more important given the fact that we engaged in very active cooperation. We need to identify the goals of this cooperation. One other important point that was mentioned earlier today, and that I would also like to address. This is the issue that has to do with fighting fake news and eradicating that fake news. The news media are facing this challenge a lot in their daily activities. And one thing that we must do is treat this issue with a lot of attention and precautions. In Algeria, we worked out a special project to counter fake news. When you have the right message coming in and spread all over the world, it does facilitate promoting the values that we want to spread. In this way, the government does aid the mass media, in particular, an Algerian news agency, the agency that I'm in charge of, does pay attention to this particular issue, to cooperation with the government. Fake news is indeed a major challenge. It affects the views of the people, how they see different things. In recent years, in Algeria, we have been developing our legislation, and this is legislation that facilitates more openness and transparency of our news. However, it also suggests certain measures to ensure a decent level of the news that we produce, the information content that we have. We want to make sure that our news is unbiased and truthful. These are the main points that I would like to make here today. Thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Samir Gaid, thank you very much for the statement that you have made. Indeed, it is very important for us to understand that it's not only the role and function of the mass media that is changing, but also the mediating, the intermediary functions that they have. In particular, it was very nice to hear your message on exchange of technologies. But another important thing does not only have to do with exchange of technology, but also education and training. Because in order to obtain well-qualified, skilled professionals, we need to build certain expertise as well as research projects in the information sphere. So social cultural projects and educational projects in the media sphere will be covered in our session following the lunch break. And now I would like to say just a few remarks regarding our session today. Indeed, there were quite a number of very interesting and very important proposals coming from all of the participants. One of the great ideas put forward was creating a platform where we could exchange content on a wider range of issues beyond the news. The second idea was about using the platform for exchanging the news through other broadcasters. Then we were talking about using the platform that are already working, for instance, Global Media Congress that was launched earlier this year. And these are the issues that indeed have to be raised and discussed. And we should not gloss over the problems that we have. And I would like to conclude today by talking about Algeria in 1961 during its war for independence. Back in the day, the Algerian government in exile in Tunisia built its own information news agency. So regardless of the war, of the hostilities that were going on, the Algerians said that information is what matters the most, and that was back in the year 1961. And this is the note I would like to conclude on today, and we'll have a break of a few minutes before we move on to the solemn ceremony of signing an agreement of intentions. In 3 minutes, we are going to be back with you. Thank you.
Уважаемые друзья,
dear friends, we would like to invite you, all of you, who is present both offline and online. This is a ceremony of signing a memorandum of intentions between the OIC, Union of Information Agencies, and RAPLI Agency. On behalf of the OIC, UNA, our agreement is going to be signed by Mr. Mohamed Aliami, and on behalf of RAPLI, it is going to be signed by Ms. Jarova.
господин Мухаммед с нами онлайн.
Mr. Mohammed is online with us. We have this hybrid format of signing. Let's give a round of applause today for this agreement that has just been signed. I would like to give the floor now to Secretary General of the OIC UNA, Mr. Mohamed Aliami. Please, you have the floor.
مساء الخير. نرحب بالتعاون مع روبوتلي في توقيع الاتفاقية بإذن الله، ونتمنى إن شاء الله أن يكون في تعاون مثل ما بقينا في المرحلة القادمة بإذن الله. سيتم توقيع الاتفاقية الآن مذكرة.
Шокран. Спасибо большое, господин Мухаммад. И я попрошу наших коллег дать микрофон Мавренковой Екатерине Владимировне, директору по контенту и стратегическому развитию международного видеоагентства «Рапли».
Sorry.
Я прошу прощения, я говорила.
Deep ties to international clientele worldwide. We believe and we are very pleased to be able to share our media experience and skills like verification of videos with members of one of the most important organizations in the Islamic world. And we believe that today's agreement will pave the way for a solid and long-lasting relationship between our organizations, which will include more areas of cooperation and exchange of expertise, which will develop and strengthen bilateral professional ties for the benefit of all parties.
Thank you, Ekaterina. And now we'll proceed to a buffet lunch, and we'll return in half an hour to the session which will be devoted specifically to cases of particular media projects in the educational and socio-cultural spheres. Please proceed to the lunch, and then we'll expect you back in the same hall.
Итак, уважаемые, мы...
Dear participants, we are resuming the second part of our conference, and it's devoted to specific examples of media projects in the social and educational sphere. I want to introduce to you our speakers, because in fact, despite the fact that this is our second session, I think it is very meaningful, because it's the educational sphere and the training specialists who will work in the future in mass media and will work in the sphere of international relations. This is the platform for our future life, and in fact shape our present. Therefore, I think this session, to a certain extent, is more significant, is very significant. Though, of course, I appreciate our opening statements and the statements made during the first part. I want to express gratitude once again to our hospitable hosts who provided this wonderful venue for our conference and our co-organizers for our event. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Director of International Cooperation of the Media Group Россия сегодня, Vasily Pushkov, and want to thank him personally, because Vasily Pushkov responded very fast and in a very efficient manner to all my initiatives. And sometimes I just think that it's unbelievable. So I can't imagine how fast you have mentioned to prepare the agreement with UNA. And now I would like to ask you to speak about another sphere of your activity related to education, exchanges, and so on. Thank you, Anna. I agree with you absolutely about the importance of educational humanitarian projects. I think this activity is easier when we talk about Arab-speaking countries, the Islamic world, but we have more feedback, more response. It's more understandable for people, and people respond to it more readily and more eagerly. It is true that we have approximation, we have very good projects, and at the level of societies, we understand that there is a lack of understanding. There are many phobias. Therefore, even very simple educational awareness-raising projects are so helpful. People start to understand each other much better. Therefore, we are very proud of the work that we have carried out so far. I will speak about educational projects later on. In my first part, I did not speak about our projects in the Middle East, but my colleagues in RT and TAS focused on this. And of course, besides educational activity, we have our main job, and this is information. And here, the Arabic language speaking sphere is a priority for us. We have we have much audience in the East, and we use information lines. And now we give more attention to radio programs, and because this is a popular format in the East, and we have a special Arab Project podcast, which is very popular, FM broadcasts in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon. We are particularly glad that we have many partners in this field. I will just mention to you, our colleagues from Yom have already left. They are our closest. Contacts in the United Arab Emirates. Plus, we have partners in Algiers, Morocco, and in the Islamic world. We can also mention here Malaysia, the Bernama Agency, MENA in Egypt. We have many partners in Iran. So I won't focus on our main sphere information, but this work is very efficient. But now I am going back to not our direct activity, but we have a special project which was launched some time ago. It's called Sputnik Pro. And some people describe it as an educational project. I prefer to think of it as awareness-raising project and communication one, because it helps to bring closer journalists from different countries, and also is instrumental in experience exchange. And one also help in dealing with professional problems. And the problems that journalists face are the same in all the countries, no matter whether it's Europe, Asia, Islamic world, or other countries. So professional problems are very similar. And we can suggest that our profession is going through an evolutionary process. Media industry is facing some kind of crisis. And here we definitely need the exchange of experiences so that people could talk to each other and try to map out possible exits, how to overcome this situation. So what we do is we offer to our specialists, our best specialists, photo reporters, video editors, professionals in the sphere of behavior, conduct, so people who share their experiences with their colleagues, quite often not using any language devices. We also invite specialists to speak to our professionals. We decided several years ago to involve universities in this project. And here the level of communication changed. So the response was fantastic to this project. So, of course, we were invited to talk to future journalists, students who are specializing in journalism, and we are regularly meeting these students, talking to them about their future work. But it is very curious, very interesting when our specialists talk to foreign students. Mr. Raisi from the Noam agency, we started with an experimental project with him, one agency. We suggested that he addresses future journalists from the MGIMO University. I first looked at this project as an experiment. Let's see what's going to come of it. And the response was simply fantastic. And I, especially taking into account that it was during the COVID pandemic. So we understood that online communication is quite possible too. Of course, online communication is not the same as offline, but not much worse. And Mr. Raisi addressed the MGIMO students online, and they kept him online for a very long time. So one can just wonder what kind of questions they could have to a director of an Arab agency, news agency. And it turned out that first-year students had lots of questions to a Pan-Arabic mass media agency. And students of senior courses had more sophisticated questions. The answers were very informative, very profound. And I later found out that some students even changed the themes of their graduation papers. And we were grateful to the lecturers of the university who did not block this process because they understood the implications of this communication. Now we are devoting about 50% of our working time, at least in my department. People spend 50% on this activity, over their working time on this activity. And we receive requests for this activity from all over the world. And we started signing agreements with foreign universities for such projects. If somebody asked me 6 years ago whether this activity would be needed, would be in demand, I would have said that time ago, I would have said, well, maybe a one-day wonder, yes, as a possibility to find something curious. But as to regular communication, I would have been pessimistic. But it turned out I was wrong, because people are very interested in this project. And the main, of course, activity here is on offline communication, and here, thanks to our partners of Горчаков Foundation, Россотрудничество, we have a chance to bring here young foreign journalists, bring them here to Moscow. And since 2016, we have had 50 journalists from 15 countries, for 15 countries of the Islamic world. And we understand that this is useful activity, not just some useless work, because quite often we face a different situation when people become adepts involved in business tourists. So they come at somebody's invitation, they come and have a good time as tourists at the expense of the host country. So we have not had this problem in these projects. So with this Sputnik Probe project, we have not had this experience. Quite often, people who come here don't even want a cultural program. They want more time devoted to contacts with their colleagues. So the previous trip lasted a month. And we have had training for each other. Another example, Saudi Arabia heard about this project, and they started sending journalists here for this exchange, for borrowing experience, for exchanging best practices. I understand that this is a rather costly project and labor-intensive, and some people can doubt the efficiency of this project, of this activity, yes, from the point of view of costs. But these are people who doubt it, people who are not in our profession, not in the profession of international relations, because we see how miracles are being worked and people change their attitudes.
Starting from mid-2020, we carried out a number of online trainings with media and universities with speakers from the Arab world, and we had around 50 such trainings and workshops. And at a certain point in time, our Arab colleagues started requesting such trainings to be held for them. And we are very happy about that. If anyone is to ask anyone, a man in the street, what is the most closed, autarkic Arab country, or Islamic country, rather, Islamic country on the planet, many people in Russia are likely to say Iran. So one perhaps surprising thing is that we had most of the trainings that we carried out involved media from Iran. And we ended up on a concluding note of a session with journalists from Iranian state TV radio broadcaster. And just recently we were hosting a team of journalists from Morocco, Egypt, Iran, Lebanon, and other journalists from the Islamic world. So one reason why I'm saying this is if any of you are interested in such a format, we always have something new to offer on our plate, or perhaps we can still use the best practices that we already have experience in. But generally, we do develop a certain product for our specific partners that would correspond to their own goals and objectives. Sometimes this kind of education format may be very labor-intensive and it might be costly. And at times like that, we should think of a different format of projects that was popular perhaps a decade ago or so. It was obviously popular even before, maybe 20 years ago, or even back in the days of the Soviet Union. But over the last 10 years, it has been subsiding. I'm talking about teleconferencing. Even today, we had a teleconference with people from other countries in the world, and they were participating online with us. And it probably seems to be nothing new, but still, in a situation of COVID and a situation where you have to save money on airplane tickets and other transportation costs, these kinds of meetings are a great thing for journalists who cannot afford to travel. And we did have quite a number of teleconferences that brought together 6 to 7 journalists at the same time. And those teleconferences would produce amazing ideas that would be immediately posted in various news agencies across up to 8 countries simultaneously, which I believe personally is a great development. And the last but not the least project that I would like to highlight today, again, photography is probably nothing new, and a lot of photo contests are carried out every day across the world. But we have a very popular competition which is called Andrei Stenin's photo contest. This is a Russian journalist who was killed in Ukraine in hostilities, and this kind of contest is aimed at making talented journalists more popular. And now we have over 80 countries involved in that project, and a lot of winners from Arab countries and Islamic countries at large. Every year we have prize winners from Islamic countries in that competition. In the year 2021, we had apparently the most important event, which was signing an agreement with the OIC information agency, and we've been working with them ever since in that particular sphere of so-called soft projects, and we are looking at where we should be moving further from that. And certainly in terms of how useful it is for community and society at large, it is absolutely constructive, and it entails no risks whatsoever. I think This is something that is totally in line with the present times, especially given the current international situation. So if any of you are interested in cooperation with us, we are most open to that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, for all of the insights that you have shared with us. And I think it is very important that you covered very specific practical measures. And it is obvious that Sputnik has a lot of experience in terms of practical initiatives. Sputnik has a lot of different news broadcasts in different languages, and journalists have been working very well for the agency. They also naturally have a lot of experience of working in Arabic, but also in Turkish, English, French, and other languages too. Rather than derive their news from one certain source, they also look at a variety of sources in general. And we've already discussed the possibility of holding a workshop or a seminar next year that will be dedicated to various relevant issues, but also we were thinking of a photo contest, a contest of photojournalism, which is dedicated to Andrei Stenning, who was killed while on duty, on professional duty. And we do hope that we will expand further the cooperation that we have with Sputnik. That is to say, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and our journalists will obviously be closely involved in cooperating with Sputnik. This has to do with the radio journalists and television journalists. And we do maintain very constructive dialogue with Sputnik. Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank you, and I would like to introduce here our next speaker, who represents an organization that in recent years has been focusing a lot on education projects and trainings. And when we were planning this session, we were convinced that this organization should share their experience with us. I'm going to give the floor to our next speaker, who is Director of External Relations and Strategic Development of the Union of News Agencies of the OSCE member states, Yunus Inavat, who is also my co-moderator.
التعاون الإعلامي يتوافق مع المرحلة المقبلة التي نستهدفها، بحيث أنه نحول أفكارنا وخططنا التي كنا نخططها منذ سنة تقريبا العالم الإسلامي على أرض الواقع، حيث أن العالم الإسلامي وروسيا الاتحادية يملكان الكثير من الإمكانيات والخبرات سواء في المجال الإعلامي أو غيره. كما نحب أن نؤكد لكم أننا في اتحاد وكالات أنباء دول منظمة التعاون الإسلامي نحرص على المساهمة.
We cooperate very closely with the group of strategic vision between Russia and the Islamic world. And in the international arena, we cooperate in a strategic fashion. We have long-term prospects, and we work out joint programs that we submit to members of our union, that is to say, news and information agencies. And we can only develop this kind of activity through cooperation between various countries. And I would like to show you today a presentation that will be proof and sort of an illustration for my report today. I think this will be useful for you. Could you please turn the presentation on?
احنا في البداية نحب أن نعرف عن الخطة التنفيذية.
And first of all, to start with, I would like to introduce you to our organization briefly. Our union is one of the bodies within the framework of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. This is an official body that comprises 57 member states. Our organization was established in 1972 with support of the Ministry for Information, or rather ministries across a variety of Islamic countries within the organization. It is headed by an executive council. One of the most important objectives for our organization consists in improving work with information, and we are an official body that deals with information and use of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. We also provide a link between a nexus between various news agencies in Islamic countries, and our mission is to bring together the positions of the OIC member states. And we need to elaborate highly qualitative information and distribute it to the audiences in order to upgrade the level of cooperation between our respective states. The values that underpin our work include the principles of moderation, justice, and fairness. There are also the values of peaceful coexistence, and we elaborate a shared viewpoint of the Union that reflects the perspectives of various member countries of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. We seek to make sure that the agencies which are part of our Union should work at a very high technological level, and so that they could combat the challenges that we face in the international arena. We also are involved in work with human resources and human capital. As a union that brings together information and news agencies, we provide four basic types of services. First, I'm talking about the platform of exchange of international information. We offer consultations in terms of information and information support. And we are also a center for exchange of experience in the media. Another thing that we do is upgrading and improving information coverage. Our headquarters are located in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And every state that is part of the OIC allocates a certain team of professionals. So it means that we have a team from each of the 57 member states. Our main goal consists also in expanding our work so that it is not only reduced to the 57 states in question, so that indeed our union would become an international organization in every meaning of the word. In brief, we also sign agreements with national information and news agencies, as well as national ministries and agencies that are part of the OIC. We are also involved in cooperation with other international organizations and foreign organizations, such as the Sputnik News Agency. And our shared goal, in our own perspective, is to raise awareness and to inform the audience and the wider public across a number of countries regarding our own viewpoint, regarding our own perspectives on the news that we cover. There are also a number of common objectives, and these objectives are paramount, such as spreading awareness of what is going on in the Islamic world, fighting xenophobia, extremism, Islamophobia across the world. Then we also have the objective of enhancing education and Islamic values. And by Islamic values, I mean moderation, fairness, and justice. We also inform the wider public on the activities of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. And in that context, we do carry out joint meetings and conferences which are aimed at elaborating practical recommendations. In particular, we signed an agreement with Sputnik. And in 2023, we plan to hold a wide discussion like the one that we're having today. And Mr. Mohammed Raisi talked about this quite extensively. And his very important point was that we're trying to use our ties in order to work out joint media programs. We try to make sure that our platform can become a platform for exchange of high-profile opinions. And we do our best to engage various news agencies in our work. For instance, the Al-Alam agency. We try to make sure that we are in full compliance with international standards in the news area and in the media sphere at large. Our operations are based on memoranda of understanding and cooperation. We also work closely with international organizations. There are a number of various formats of cooperation, and that cooperation covers a variety of topics such as the Islamic cooperation. That is to say, our key partners are Islamic countries which provide the respective opportunities. We also cover the news that does not only have to do with the Islamic world, but also the big social issues that are relevant for the world today. A number of countries need to have their activities and the progress that they make covered in the most appropriate way. And obviously, we have already launched some of the most important programs that we have. There is a time frame that we set for ourselves to implement our initiatives. We cooperate with African states as well as Middle Eastern ones and others, and we do our best to implement all the proposals that we have. Hopefully, we are soon launching a new program that has to do with international news, and this will be a new show. We pull news from across the world, from very different international agencies across the world. And we designated an official, or rather a number of officials, and each of those officials is responsible for cooperation with a certain agency, and together they work out a message that is going to make part of the show or part of the news show. We also have set up a special center for pooling information. And we carry out events that have to do with training, human resources, and strategic development. We need to address our own communities and the wider public to make sure that we can reach out to the media personnel. We need to upgrade their skills and to engage in reskilling programs.
At present, we have over 75 states cooperating on our site, and we can practice our contacts with them in various spheres: sports, culture, politics. And in this way, we make use of major networks one can say that we all have access to Google, and we look for information in Google. And in this way, people can get misleading information from Google. It can be information of mixed nature. And we, in our turn, try to delete those information items which have unreliable sources. And we try to establish contacts with such information sources that we trust. And in this way, we try to educate our journalists to rely on those sources which deserve trust. So in our contacts with foreign journalists, we try not to reduce our standards of credibility. We cooperate with international news agencies, and in collaboration with them, elaborated a program of the Arabic language teaching. We are grateful to the Emirates Information Agency for their initiative and for providing us with an opportunity to work at the Expo exhibition. At this exhibition, 76 representatives of mass media agencies were involved. We have also places where we cooperate in Kazakhstan, Russia, in Tripoli. We organize the festivals in these places. These initiatives are supported by our respective states. In this way, we make use of the experience at the level of our international activity. UNA is as another agency that we regularly contact. We send invitations to journalists who are members of UNA, and we are interested in contacts with them for the sake of exchanging information of best experiences. We have programs of cooperation with 76 states which are members of our organization. We grant awards for most successful programs, and broadcasting coverage. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation launched this program. In the framework of this program, we have various educational courses. Some of them are planned for Palestine. We invite all those interested to take part in this activity. So we have managed now to fight successfully the COVID pandemic, and hope that our meetings in the future will be offline and will be efficient, so that twice a month we'll be able to organize the events I have described. I don't want to take up more of your time and to bore you with details, but this is the basics of what I wanted to share with you. Probably together we'll be able to elaborate a project of our own. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Yunus, for this detailed information about the work of the Union of Information Agencies. For us, it's very important. And those who listen to us and those who are present in this hall, this is practical information of pragmatic importance, because thanks to what we know about your projects, makes it possible for us to join them. And the Union of Information Agencies is open to the proposals, to new suggestions, to new projects. And it's nice for me to note that all the projects that we have devised, we implement them together. And I think that this session should exactly become the place, the venue where we exchange our best experiences, our projects, our plans. In this way, we can help others to follow suit. And here we also find partners who can, together with us, participate in such projects. It's a special pleasure for me that such a wonderful venue for joint projects, for contacts, the venue in Iraq has become such a project. This is the site of the Al Jadir conference, and the Al Jadir TV channel is involved. I'm afraid that I won't be able to mention everything, all the activities which took place during this festival or on this site. So it's social networking, educational projects. They also have a wonderful cultural element, and the very important substantive content of the festival itself as a conference, I would suggest. And besides, this conference is not just a festival, that's also the place, the venue where grants are awarded, the grants which are awarded in the mass media sphere. So it's my pleasure to give the floor to who is the main organizer of this event, director and editor-in-chief of the Al Jadir channel, Mudar Al-Baka. In the name of Allah, graceful God, Allah will be upon you and His blessing upon you. I would like first of all to thank the organizers of this event for inviting us, for cordially inviting us to this conference. I would like also to point out how important, how interesting was the first session of our conference today. Now we work at the time of the World Cup. And last night I could not tear myself away from the TV set. And the defeat of Morocco, of course, was a very sad event. And during this match, I tried to write my text for today. As a result, I left my copy at home. So now I just elaborated an outline of what I want to tell you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will begin by saying that the relations between Russia and the Islamic world, these are the relations which have long roots, they are multifaceted. At present, Western mass media unfortunately have an advantage over the Islamic news agencies. Still, I would like to highly appreciate the efforts and the work of Russian Oriental Studies specialists. Russia and its Muslim Ummah community are doing their best to foster the approximation of Russia and the Muslim world. Now, the problems which we should overcome. This is the predominance of Western ideology. New directions typical for multipolar world, relations with the Islamic world. I must say that our hosts, the organizers, they elaborated the title of this session. Therefore, as a result, I will not go into the details of contacts with the Islamic world. I just want to focus on the pragmatic steps. With some of them, I will not repeat what the previous speakers have said. I will focus just on the problems which are relevant for our country. The Russian embassy in Iraq provides to the Iraqi students between 50 to 70 scholarships to study in Russia. But there are no scholarships for journalists, for those who want to study journalism. This is my second visit to Moscow, and I spoke to Anna about this problem, about this situation, also to the head of the Arabic language, RT, but only after Anna visited Iraq and saw what we need, then things only started to change for the better. Russia, of course, needs the Islamic world, and the Islamic world needs Russia. There are some technical problems in our communication, in our cooperation, which we have to overcome. The points of view of Islamic mass media are very similar to those of the Russian mass media. So I would like to see the Organization of Islamic Cooperation not to limit itself to contacts only at the level of the state, but should give attention to contacts of private organizations. Mutual exchanges, exchange of visits should be conducted despite the existing difficulties. Maybe special commissions should be set up, commissions which would promote various excellence studies, various educational programs. Another item that Mr. Nasser referred to is that probably we should create a group of experts, experts on Islamic countries. I regret to say that many people here in Russia who study the problems of Islamic countries, we don't have contacts with them. We don't know their names. We don't know how to approach them. The Al-Radir festival was mentioned here, among other things, and I would like to focus on it for a couple of minutes. It was first organized 15 years ago. Then for 2 years it was not organized because of the COVID pandemic. This festival includes a range of various events. 25 states participated in the recent one, And these were delegates from Islamic countries, and Russia participated at the recent one, and Anna participated in this festival. She participated in one of the events during the festival. So there was an opening session, the closing session. We invited specialists in technology, so there were also representatives of the art, of culture, as well as corporations, information agencies. 36 Iraqi corporations participated, and each of them wanted to share their experience, the experience of the work of their companies. That was a good effort because we established contacts, exchanged information. Every year we send invitations to this festival to various countries, including Russia. The Russian representation during the previous festival was quite impressive. Before that, it was rather limited. So there have been many events during this festival, including visits to various agencies and bodies, information, journal offices. There were 3 specialized events which are being held in Iraq at the moment. They're devoted to the problem of information, mass media work, people will speak on different subjects, and these will be specialists from Muslim countries and other countries and other agencies. We also organize various contests of publications by journalists, publications or works by creative people, also show films from different states. We organize such contests. About 477 TV programs competed in this contest during the festival. So these were TV programs, radio programs. I invite you to work together, to join our efforts. I invite you to take part in various events, various festivals held in our region. There are different initiatives in various fields, journalism, art, culture. Once again, thank you for your hospitality, cordiality. Yes, may peace be upon you and Allah's blessing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Al-Baka, the editor-in-chief of the Al-Adir channel. That was important information for us. Now we would like to give the floor to Tatiana Skorospelova, Deputy Dean of the Department of World Politics of the Moscow State University. This is a major Russian university located here in Moscow. It's known all over the world. Tatiana, you're welcome. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am honored here to represent the Faculty of World Politics in Lomonosov University. Today, we are a fully fledged faculty or school of world politics at the Moscow State University, and we are involved in tertiary level education as well as additional training. The skills and expertise that we provide are of profound importance to improve the quality of research as well as for practical skills in the labor market. We also cooperate extensively with the leading international institutions and universities, and our employees are very often engaged in international symposiums and forums. On December the 1st, we organized a forum on Africa and its representation in the media, and that forum was attended not only by Africans themselves, but also by colleagues from the Middle East. Since 2015, we have been supervising an international relations school in Yerevan, Armenia, and we have been actively cooperating with universities from Asia and the Middle East. Students study culture, politics, history of these countries, and we have been obviously investing a lot of effort into developing and promoting very close ties with other international universities. We are happy to invite, and we have been inviting, indeed, international professors to deliver lectures at our campus, and we also organize conferences and trainings for students across leading top universities in the world, and we also have a lot of international students, namely over 200 people from other countries. Specifically, I'm talking about Central Asia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Ukraine, but also China, South Korea, Switzerland, Belgium, and other countries. In addition to their majors, the students also study the Russian language, and in the third year of education, they opt for a department that they want to be supervised by, and we have Vitaly Naukin, who is in charge of one of these departments. He is a very well-known, prominent researcher and part of the Russian Academy of Sciences. We also have a club of student volunteers that is in charge of organizing various events, tours, excursions, and other events. And also we have a Middle Eastern club that brings together students who study Arabic language and culture. In this year alone, they organized a championship of case studies together with the Roscosmos Russian Space Agency that is called Russia Arab World on space cooperation prospects, and they also organized a podcast that's called the Middle Eastern Bazaar, and they established a school of Arabic language. They also invite very often diplomats from various embassies of Arabic states in Russia. Together with RT, this year we launched a new master's program which is called Media and Information in World Politics. And in this program, students are supposed to gain practical skills in terms of broadcasting in Middle Eastern countries. I'm very happy to see here Dr. Mohammed Al-Bashari, who supported our initiative to hold a joint conference on the fundamental values of media in the contemporary world, together with professors and faculty from the United Arab Emirates. Our faculty is prepared to cooperate and willing to cooperate with news agencies because we teach both media and diplomacy. And media diplomacy in itself is a new notion and a new trend at our faculty. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you to Ms. Karaspelova. I'm indeed very proud to say that I was lucky enough to work together with you and to teach together with Dr. Skaraspelova. She creates an atmosphere which is very creative and inspiring for the faculty that she's in charge with. And indeed, this is a great honor for me, and I'm very happy to be able to meet such people throughout my life, that people who support creative initiatives and build a very special creative environment for constructive cooperation. One of such people, one of such figures that have played an important role in my life is the next speaker, who upholds projects of cooperation between Russia and the Islamic world in all spheres. And Ms. Karaspelova did mention that Mr. Al-Bishari, who is our next speaker, participated in this project hands-on, and he has been able to offer us some very practical insights into what he has been doing and what kind of cooperation we expect. I have the honor to introduce now Secretary General of the World Council of Muslim Communities, Mr. Mohammed Al-Bishari. In the name of Allah, the merciful and the compassionate, thank you very much, Ms. Anna Belikova, for giving me the opportunity to speak here today and to greet here the representatives of media organizations. Also, I would like to extend my sincere greetings to Dr. Mohammedchin, who is Deputy Director for the Group of Strategic Vision between Russia and the Islamic world. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see Mr. Yunus Nawad, who represents here the UNA of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation. I have written my report beforehand, but I would like to take the opportunity here to comment on the remarks that I have heard today. And one of the speakers has already mentioned the event that we are well aware of, the football championship. And even though Morocco lost to France yesterday, still it has affected the hearts of many, many people. And it all does not only boil down to a football team, a national team of sorts, but what is important here is that that was a team coming from an African country, a team that had probably never proved to be so influential in the football world, but it has almost made to the finale of the championship, and this testifies to a growing role of Arab and African countries. So let's look at how this news was covered in the first place. What kind of spin did the media put on it? What I was able to see on TV was the portraits of 3 Moroccan players who were raising their finger in this kind of gesture. And the fact that that particular moment was what was covered is the same thing that ISIS was trying to do, was trying to stage provocations by paying particular attention and drawing the public's attention to more negative moments, negative things. And this is a very dangerous thing if you come to think of it. And the media coverage of the Moroccan players it was similar in a way to the provocations that we saw. And this reminds me of a situation back in 1993. One journalist wrote on the front page of a newspaper the following words: Moroccan worker kills his wife. Moroccan immigrant kills his wife after reading the Quran, the holy book. And even you see the wording itself of this kind of headline. And this article that came out, it was really outrageous. This publication, you know, came out in a leftist newspaper that liked to cover human rights. But then this headline stressed first off that this person was Moroccan, then that he read the Quran, and that he killed his own wife. That was made to look like a sequence of events, that with one event being derived from the previous one. Why don't you provide the news on a person, for instance, reading the Surah An-Nur, which is a very important surah in the Quran? Why don't you cover it differently? So why did she squeeze all of those ideas into one headline? So these kinds of headlines, these kinds of news, distort the whole picture. They do, such headlines, they do paint a certain picture of the Moroccans, and it is an unfavorable one. Last night, we had a news report coming from Montpellier in France that allegedly some driver, while being drunk, he had had some wine, and he ran over a child of 14 years old immediately after the game between France and Morocco. So why did the journalists have to provide this news in this kind of context? In other words, there is a certain art or certain science, if you like, on how to distort a certain picture, how to fabricate news, how to select the words appropriately in order to put a certain spin on events. So the objective for today and for us today is to fight all forms of extremism, whether that be religious extremism or political extremism or other forms. And what we should do instead is focus on spreading the ideals and values of peace, tolerance. That is the objective we should focus on as news media, because the news media are the main tools to promote these values. Then there is also the deliberate activities by certain mass media that incite extremism and hatred. They incite certain racist views, and they try to breed hatred, violence, and animosity towards certain minorities, towards certain groups of people. For instance, there are attempts to incite such sentiment against Russia. There are certain militant groups, belligerent groups, or factions that are being used in order to fuel anti-Russian sentiment. And these attempts are aimed at polarizing society and creating a split or divide within that society so that it would end up disintegrating into fragments. All of this is being done instead of creating communication and fostering friendly ties and engagement between the people. What we need to have instead is communication between mass media. And whenever there is a message that is produced by a certain news outlet, mass media all too often are a little bit late on transmitting certain messages as opposed to the social media. The social media are more quick to respond to certain events, and there is a whole flurry of information that we are exposed to in social media. And that social media is what spreads a lot of the messages which are provocative in essence, which are designed to be provocative. And in this regard, I would like to emphasize an initiative that was put forward by the United Arab Emirates. That initiative suggests providing spiritual and ideological security for a number of countries. That initiative was initially put forward at the 46th session of Ministers for Information of Arab countries in March 2015. They were talking about the role of mass media in spreading values of moderation, tolerance, and fighting against extremism. Another initiative that I would mention is implementing resolution number 224/65 of the Security Council of April the 11th, 2011. And I'm talking about a resolution that is supposed to counter attempts of blasphemy of religion, to counter these blasphemous attitudes. And most of the states in the Security Council did uphold that resolution. Indeed, it was supported by most countries across the whole world as well, not only the Security Council. And what we need today is to have very solid laws and norms and regulations that would probably criminalize such actions that stigmatize people's religious beliefs. Another important issue, in addition to desecration of religion, is fighting cyber terrorism. And in May 2017, there was a conference in Abu Dhabi. They came up with a resolution. That resolution contains recommendations to counter groups of people who are engaged in spreading and proliferating terrorists and criminal ideas through electronic devices. I would also like to mention that World Congress of Islamic Communities in May 2017 adopted a charter and strategic program on the correct interpretation of the Islamic religion. That was very important in terms of breaking the stereotypes that dominate Western consciousness in regards to Islam and Muslim people and whatever is going on in the Islamic world right now. And we need to be very well aware of the Islamic world, and we need to interact with it directly rather than take this through the lens that is imposed on us by the Western media. Another very important idea is the appeal to establish a charter, a code of honor for people who are involved in the media and news sector, in order to make sure that journalists and people who are involved in the media sphere could use the correct terms and understand their correct meaning. And there is a lot of room for improvement in this regard. I would also like to support the initiative by the Moscow State University. I do hope that there will be an event to involve students from the Moscow State University and a number of other institutions of higher education, as well as representatives of the student community from Arab countries. That would be very useful and instrumental for all of us. We should invest into the future of our children and our grandchildren, because these are exactly the young generations that will be tasked with developing our relations in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. And it's really very important for us that it is now the World Council of Muslim Communities expressed its attitude, its benevolent attitude towards the initiative, our initiatives, the initiative of the Moscow State University. I hope in February we'll be able to organize our event, and I'm sure that Tatiana and Dr. Mohammed allow me to just express my point of view, and if you don't mind, I will open a small secret. We hope that this conference will not be the only one, but hope it will be one of a range of meetings in order to prepare not only our students, but also to involve postgraduate students and researchers in this work. And I call upon the colleagues who are present here, colleagues from other information agencies, to join this initiative. So for people whom I know, whom I respect, they do not know any borders, any barriers. They are always prepared to extend their hand of assistance, hand to their friends. But there is a special region in Russia where this hand of assistance is always offered. And it is always offered to everyone, and it's also a hand of love, not only of assistance, but of love, of hospitality. It's a unique region from the point of view of personalities, culture, thanks to the combination of various cultures of people who live there. This is the Astrakhan region. And in Astrakhan region, there are still two historical mansions, the Iranian estate and the Indian one. They have survived since the end of the 19th century. These are the territories where merchants used to live in those days. But in those days, in the 18th, the 19th centuries, they were not only sell goods, but they also proliferated information. And the Astrakhan region, which is at the crossroads of different regions, as a result, it became the source of spreading information and cultures, various cultures and information. And under the auspices of our next speaker, we see there a very unique forum, the Caspian Media Forum. And our next speaker, and this is Konstantin Markelov, and he represents the Astrakhan State University. This university develops very active relations with the countries of the Islamic world and also trains, educates specialists to study this region, but also trains journalists. So the rector of the Astrakhan State University, Konstantin Markelov. Thank you, Anna. I'm grateful to you for the invitation to this significant forum. For us, participation in the meetings of experts, of specialists who deal with mass media problems and also promoting major projects in the Islamic world, this participation is very important for us. Because I agree, our region is unique. We have over 150 ethnic groups living there. Russia, in our region, we have really different confessions, people professing different confessions, apart from Iranian territory and Indian territory. We also have the Armenian territory. Now developing the transport corridor between the south and the north gives an opportunity for developing more projects of people who are interested in creating new roads, transportation roads and communication roads. As a university, we try to position ourselves as a center of collecting various projects relating to Greater Caspia. And as Greater Caspia, we understand not only the countries of the Caspian region, but countries of the Caucasus, Africa, Asia, the Caucasus, those who are interested in our unique, young, interesting region. And the events, today's events, they kind of provided a push to what we have been discussing for a long time. And this is the Caspian direction. It's becoming more and more significant for many people. We have been training for a long time specialists in this field. We have several departments who educate specialists, journalists in the field of international relations, and also specialists on international relations, and also those who will work with political institutions and also promoting public relations. That's an important element as well. We have a very prestigious Department of Foreign Languages, though we emphasize our Oriental languages. This is our special, this is our specialty, 15 languages which we offer. And native speakers teach these languages, which is very important. We also try to arrange various study trips for our students, study trips to those countries whose language they study. During the pandemic, even during the pandemic, our life did not become too complicated. We used our contacts online and organized the sessions and conferences online. Today, I discussed this aspect with the press department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We also have very good contacts with the linguistic department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they participate in our state examination, and they assess the skills of our graduates for conference interpretation. Our specialists then work, our graduates then work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we would like to see a similar approach towards our journalists and specialists in international relations. We have good experience in this field. We had projects in this field. These are students who had the internship at the Russia Today venues. Last year, we created a unique project with the General Directorate of Ostankina to prepare media designers. And 150 students or postgraduates, some of them were selected to work in the designer field. So they had contacts with professionals in this field. So for me, it was rather surprising that not IT specialists got interested in this activity, but those who were interested in journalism and foreign languages. So they opened up a new direction of activity for themselves. So it's important for us now to organize a similar activity for leading agencies, mass media agencies which work in the Islamic countries. Now we have 20 students in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We have good relations with the Iranian universities. So there they study the culture of Iran and they study the languages. One professor is now on a study trip in Turkey in the University of Sakarya. So these contacts are very important. We have quite a number of projects which need to be developed, which need to be promoted in specific countries. They are of technological nature, of scientific nature. So in the framework of the 2030 priority, we have chosen the project Techno-Caspi, which brings together several projects aimed at this Caspian region, Central Asia. So this will be the engine for which will carry various robots. And those robots which can be located in the sea independently and take pictures which can be interesting for their clients, either taking photos from the sea or from the air. We have already had the testing period for this, and next year we are going to make the next step to promote this project into the countries which can be interested in such a project. And we have international groups involved in this research. Or developing another project is developing the transport corridor north-south. This is a Russian platform, but it will be available to India, Oman, Iran, and other countries which participate in this north-south transport corridor. Or another project connected with the complex security of this region. Now we can identify the existing problems, but we cannot forecast them precisely enough so as to change political decision-making process. So creating a system of forecasting, of prognosticating such developments on the basis of mathematical models and analyzing big database can be of interest to all Caspian Sea countries. And of course, environmental technologies are very relevant too. Now we have talks with Saudi Arabia on the subject. They are interested in our projects relating to desertification. And this is a relevant program for many Islamic countries. So what is important here is promoting these projects through social networks, through mass media. And many speakers today emphasize the importance of positive information, which brings us together, which provides aspects, elements for joint work. And this is here where our young people, our students, our graduates could participate more actively. So the forum which we are organizing, which we have been organizing, so for 3 years we have been organizing a forum, the Caspian Sea Ways of Sustainable Development. This is a scientific technological forum, but it expanded its participation and it receives specialists in various fields. This year we have been discussing with the Academy of Sciences, we're discussing their participation. So we are offering programs for young people. In the framework of this forum, we shall have the Caspian Open Championship on the marine robot technology, together with the Lukoil company, which is our partner. Another development, another field is supporting student startups, when the student groups, international groups as well, can offer to business some interesting projects of their own. So this is the research which could bring us together, could be of interest to media agencies, and this is the field for our joint work. You have already mentioned here Caspian Media Forum, and Anna was a moderator of such session 2 years ago, and this year the moderator was Andrei Bystritsky, who is at the head of the Valdai Club. And many specialists come and communicate and talk on these subjects. Social networks, promotion in the social networks, promotion of new projects of our countries was the subject of this year's discussion, of this year's forum. So the subject was how can we better carry out this activity, how can we bring together young researchers and the industry. And my participation today in this conference is the venue where I can share with you ideas. I have many other ideas which I will be able to share later on. So we would like to invite you and to see you in May at our Caspian Caspian Forum, Caspian Sea Forum, and we are always open to communication, to contacts. So this field of activity, this oriental direction for us is of priority. We decided that this is our task to shape the Caspian Sea Open University using our Astrakhan State University as the platform. So it will be used to promote projects. It will be used to invite specialists so as to develop new initiatives of young people. The future belongs to the young people. And I see now how students show great interest towards the culture, towards Oriental studies, towards Arab studies. And here I want to emphasize once again, our region is multi-confessional. We see Islam worshipped in our region, Russian Orthodox Church as well, Buddhism, and people find points of common interest, and they are eternal. Again, thanks you for the invitation. I hope we shall develop our cooperation in the future, because a university like ours, which is at the crossroads of different interests, there are not so many of such places, and we are open to cooperation. Thank you. It's true, not only is the region warm, not only yes, and I think that your temperature now is warmer in your region and in Moscow, and your speech was very cordial, very warm, and we all have felt this warmth, this cordiality, and those of you who are following us attentively, who have been following us attentively for several hours, I hope you will join us, join our discussion. I know that already there are people prepared to comment. Yeah, is that so, Janus? I would like to start with a comment related to the speech of Mr. Mudar. Thank you for your attention. I would like to thank him for his participation.
From Pakistan. I am head of the official news agency, Associated Press of Pakistan. First of all, let me thank the organizers, Spontic and the OIC News Agency for arranging this event. And also I am grateful to Anna Belokua for extending invitation. So I have a brief comment. Mr. Vasil Pushukov said about the Spontek partnership with the radio and television of Islamic countries. He also spoke about the arranging the training program, teleconferencing for the journalists of Islamic countries. But I don't know whether Pakistan has been invited for that or not, because we have a very good relation with Russia. But unfortunately, there is a gap, a big gap and disconnect in the field of media between the two countries. My request would be that whenever there is some project relating to training, relating to exchange program, university program, or the media diplomacy by the Moscow University, so we should be given also opportunity to participate in that, because Pakistan is a population who are 2,300 population, 2,300 million population, a big population, and we have 60 TV channels and 50,000 newspapers, magazines, and periodicals. So that's a big media market. Whenever there is such program, I will be grateful. My request is that we should be given a chance to participate in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment, Mr. Munir. Mr. Vasily Pushkov would like to comment. Yes, indeed, we did extend our invitations to participants from Pakistan to very different formats and sessions. We do have issues of language because as we try to pool as many countries as possible to one group, we can have English-speaking countries, Arabic-speaking countries, and Pakistan is a multi-language country, and we are always struggling to, categorize it into one group only. But still, we did have similar events at a bilateral level, and we will definitely engage you in the next event. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have more comments? Yes, there is a participant who would like to comment. Yes, please. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm particularly interested in a question that was posed by the lady deputy the dean of a faculty of one of the universities. I'm talking about popular or public diplomacy. I think this is a very important issue of turning a regular diplomacy into media diplomacy and public diplomacy, for that matter. I think this is a very important dimension of our work. I do believe that this kind of diplomacy does play a major role in engaging the wide public into communication, interaction, and there are a number of states, such as the US, and you probably are aware that there were a number of so-called color revolutions over the last decades, and indeed the media sources did play a big role in those color revolutions. So it will probably come as no surprise if I say that the State Department pays major attention to influencing the wide public through mass media, targeting primarily the youth across a number of countries. Because media outlets are the main driving and organizing force for so many youth movements. And the United States does focus a lot on this dimension. And in this regard, it's good that Russia is also addressing the issue of working with the youth, and the mass media here should also contribute to that. I think that for Arabic and Islamic countries, it would be very nice to tune into the Russian experience that Russia would be able to share with them. This is very important work that is being carried out in Russia, and obviously I am in favor of sharing this kind of experience, especially given the fact that Russia does have a lot of experience in this sphere. Working with the youth and students is really important. There was Deputy General Secretary of the Islamic Union of Television and Radio Broadcasting. I believe that the main principle for today's meeting is practical measures, and we are very thankful for the practical proposals that we could start dealing with today. If there are any other practical proposals, remarks, comments, I will be most happy to give you the floor. Yes, please. Raisa Garifovna, what kind of media do you represent now? I represent Izvestia newspaper of Tatarstan and Tatarstan's Ministry of Culture. I will agree that indeed the problem that has very little coverage is the issue of public diplomacy. Unfortunately, this receives a very scanty coverage in the media. And then several speakers did mention the importance of cinema in order to eradicate the stereotypes at play and to promote issues that are fundamental for the Islamic world and relevant to the Islamic world today, so that we could see the Islamic world in the most accessible form and in the most truthful and unbiased way. I would like to remind you that Kazan annually hosts an international festival of Islamic cinema. This is a truly unique event that hosts films and features films from a whole range of countries. We have a lot of amazing films from Iran and other countries. And Iran is always one of the prize winners at this festival. And then, obviously, all the countries have a chance to win a prize. They do not have to be Islamic. What they have to do, though, is they have to be in line with the motto of culture dialogue and the dialogue of cultures. So in this regard, I would just like to support what the speakers have said about the art of cinema, asserting that cinema is a very important nexus to ensure mutual understanding between our peoples. Thank you so much. Thank you too for your input and also for this very important conclusion that you have drawn. Media covers a very vast sphere. As we talked about news media today, we also spoke about public diplomacy, popular diplomacy, the cultural sphere, and probably we can say that our dialogue today has been constructive, but it is unfinished business in a good way, and it will continue further. And I would like to draw a line at our today's discussion. And I would like to ask Mr. Pushkov to do that. First off, to maybe share your impressions. Okay, what are my impressions? First off, this is the favorite part of my work, opening the doors and the gateway for people to feel closer to one another and for the positions of our respective countries to be drawn close to one another in the international arena. And today, thanks to the group of strategic vision, within a very limited time frame, we've been able to organize a fantastic conference and a wonderful discussion that involves people who are top-ranking officials and media representatives. Thank you so much. I hope we've been able to be on par with our esteemed guests, and we hope to welcome you again. All right, so as long as there are some further comments, we are open for the discussion. And as we were discussing the blueprint for this project with Mr. Muhammadson, we were focusing on specific proposals and the opportunity to speak to one another. So my big conclusion will be as follows. We are going to have the next stage of our discussion, an informal one during the buffet, but tomorrow our esteemed participants will be able to visit the Russian Foreign Ministry and meet with Maria Zakharova, who is the official spokesperson for the ministry. After lunch, tomorrow we will visit, today we will see the RT compound, and tomorrow we will continue that discussion with our colleagues from RT. And as far as our esteemed guests are concerned, please visit us more often. For those people who have been online with us, please come and visit us offline. We will be very happy to talk to you face to face. Thank you for being with us today. This has been amazing. Thank you.